Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 with our 2013 mod. Tonight, it's the midway point of the season, round 10. We're heading to Hungary, and then afterwards we have our board assessments, and we may get fired. Again, here we are, ready for round 10 of our first season on the 2013 mod, and this has been probably the biggest challenge that we've ever had to do. In all of the playthroughs, I don't think anything has been quite as brutal in terms of expected results against what we're actually achieving as anything we've ever done before. Every single result has been decent enough considering where the car is, but the board have got insanely high expectations. They expect us to win the championship in both the season objective and the long-term objective, and the car is just nowhere near and has never been anywhere near that kind of performance. We haven't even had a sniff of a podium, and yet they're expecting outright constructors conquering. It's not going to happen. So we have had a disappointed result from the board every single race. The board has low confidence, and there is a very real possibility that another low confidence here might tip the board into a loss of all confidence. And if that happens, we're screwed, because it's the end of there's no time then between the board assessment and the next race. Or between the end of the race and there's no next race to try and improve our situation before we have the board assessment. So, yeah, this has been absolutely insane. I mean, the objectives are hard. What's making it even harder is the fact that we're running it with realistic racing, and on the hardest difficulty version of realistic racing as well. So the results just aren't there. And on top of that, we've also got the usual little add-ons that we use as well, which lowers the effectiveness of mentality, which lowers the impact of driver confidence gains. So all of that combined together has made this the most difficult thing we've ever attempted. And it seems a really weird thing to say, considering we are with McLaren, we've got Michael Schumacher, and we've got Jenson Button, and it's just been a horrible season. So, maybe we can recover this. I don't know. We haven't been fired yet. We'll see. We'll see if we can actually stay alive after this Grand Prix. If we can, we'll then have another half a season to try and improve our favour with the board, but it's going to be really, really hard to do. Let's see who we got in the chat. We've got Army, we've got Dino. Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat as well. As always, please feel free to say hello, and if you've got any questions, ask away. We'll see what we can do to answer those for you. So, let's get into tonight, shall we? Let's have a quick look at the car situation. We have got a new underfloor fitted. I think you can see we're a week away from resetting our suspension to then try and improve it further after that one, because that one's going to be a disaster. But we need to try and reset expectations on where the gains can be made. So let's take a look at the actual cars themselves. We've got our brand new Mark III underfloor fitted to both cars. It's not a massive improvement. As you can see, if we just install that in car 1 for a second. There we go. So that's what it would actually give us. It's slight loss to dirty air, a little bit of extra lower medium speed, a little bit more on the high speed, but not massive gains, just a little bit here and there. We're also running our new Mark III chassis. Once again, we've actually, Mark IV. We've had this on for a couple of races now. We've got both cars running it. Both cars running the new Mark III wing. Both cars running the Mark IV side pod. Which again, just gives small gains. So you can see that was about trying to just give ourselves a little bit of speed boost, more than anything else. and it's done an okay job on that. And our suspension hasn't changed since we had the Mark II, because we're going to lose a lot with a Mark III, and we have to kind of try and overcome some of those issues that we're going to have, and then do a Mark IV to try and actually get some gains on the car itself. So yeah, right. Our drivers are in really good health. They're both feeling pretty confident going into the Grand Prix. We've got to be more careful with our targets now, because 8th just does not seem viable anymore. So we're going to go middle option, 10th. And we're going to go 11th for Jensen, because we've often been going 8th and 9th and getting 9th and 10th, and neither driver's been getting their bonus. So we'll play it a little bit safer. At least we'll get 1 million and a little bit of change if we can achieve these. And the only reason we shouldn't achieve these is if we have a retirement. So let's head to Hungary.
Welcome to the beautiful Three Springs Valley, here in Hungary. You're joining us in Budapest for the Hungarian Grand Prix. Budapest was formerly 3 cities, and today they're all coming together to kick off what we hope will be a thrilling weekend of racing. Times are tough for McLaren's team principal. The board doesn't seem impressed with the direction the team are taking. It's shaping up to be a great weekend, so don't go anywhere.
It's shaping up to be a great weekend for somebody, not for us. Ah, dear. Right, yeah. That is the 3rd straight race where Crofty has said that the board are looking very, very unhappily in our direction. Really not liking that. So we've got to try and do the best we can. If we can get a couple of big retirements out of this Grand Prix, who knows whether we could maybe achieve something extraordinary. ERS, we'll go back to the older one there as well. There we go. So we stripped the race parts out for practice parts for Schumacher. Let's see, car part knowledge is 48%, so we're going to need to run a while. It's 20 laps for Hungary. We're going to go 25 laps for the first stint. Again, we might call them in if the setup is a mile off early, and then send them back out again, but we'll see what the feedback looks like. Let's go 25 laps there as well, and there we go. Car parts, we want the older engine, we want same ERS, and still the same gearbox. Okay, right, driving options we've done, so time for setups. So McLaren went from winning 12 to no podiums in 13. The 2013 McLaren was a terrible car. It really was. But they recovered reasonably well, I think, towards the end of the year. But, I mean, yeah, they had a horrible car at the beginning of the year. Unless I'm getting them mixed up with a different season. I might be getting them mixed up with 2011, perhaps, where their car was just terrible to start, and they actually came back and started winning podiums. So we want a high downforce setup here. We're going to start with a 10 and a 15 on this car. We might even potentially end up going to a 15.5, but we'll start with a 10 and a 15. We'll go with a 3.7 on the roll bar. That's going to be kind of mid-ground, I think, for us. Maybe on the lower end it might go to 8.19, potentially might go to a 4.6, but we'll go with the 3.7 to start. We're going to go quite low on this, and we'll get this down a bit as well. Let's go just above the baselines. Let's just go all the way to the bottom. There we go, because then there's only one way that those can go. And that is Jensen's car done. Let's move over to Schumacher's car. Let's go with... let's think. Let's go with a little bit less on the front wing. Let's go with a 9.5. Again, we're going to go with a 15, and this time we will go with a 2.8. There we go. And then I'm going to take that back to a 3. I'm going to leave that in the middle and see what happens there. Car part knowledge is the same for both cars now because both are running the same spec. So we are good to go. Do I want to keep my mediums? Sorry, my hards. Or do I want to go for a 3-stop race here? I think we'll go for a 3-stop. AI is going to go for a 2-stop for the most part. You know, the top cars are going to go for a 2-stop. We might have to go for a 3-stop just simply because we might not have the pace on a 2-stop. We'll probably have to push the tyres to get the level of pace we need. It all depends on the track temperature as well. It's 41.5 degrees here. It's going to be warmer on race day. Although having said that, it's 27 degrees here. It's supposed to be 18 degrees on this day. So, might be not too much warmer. Evening, Wayne.
Radio's good. Warm the tyres where you can.
There we go. So we have got some rookies running again. Let's have a look who we've got. Nobody in for Caterham. Nobody in
music.
for Force India. Nobody in for Sauber. Nobody in for Toro Rosso. Nobody in for Marussia. Nobody for Williams. We've got Koyas in again at Lotus. We've got Brendan Hartley in at Mercedes. Carlos Sainz getting a run in the Red Bull. And then nobody in at Ferrari. So not too many rookies running today, but a few. And we'll speed them up. So, had a little bit of a reorganise on this shelf here. Still got to sort this one out. That's a mess. But I brought down my my two F1 cars, Senna's 88 McLaren. Sorry, his 1990 McLaren, and the 92 Williams from Mansell. I've got the my PlayStation cap, my Ferrari cap, my Mass Effect cap, and then my little Q-Figs of Ripley in the power loader going against the Queen from Aliens. I've still got my Mass Effect stuff on these two shelves. Might bring those down. I might put something else in this cubby hole instead. I don't know yet. Just trying to dress the set a little bit better. I really have no room. That's the problem. So I've just got stuff, you know, crammed in wherever I've got space for it. It's like you can't see, but I have to slow them back down again. And let's pan the camera. So there on the, I've got a little sort of bookshelf. It's not mounted to the wall anymore. It's just standing upright. And I've got my my novels on there. Many shelves down. I've got 3 different sets of shelves, and that's my Aliens and Predator books. And then I've still got my Vita and some Vita games. My my Live Bird with my Anfield pendant. But I just got no space to actually have like a proper display of anything. I'm just having to make do with with the limited space that I do have. And then you can't really see them, but I've got a load of board games as well. These are all single player / multiplayer games. So we've got Star Wars, the Clone Wars with the Pandemic system, and we've got Pandemic itself, the original. Under Falling Skies, which is kind of a cool single player board game based around Space Invaders. That's good fun. These two are Imperium Classics and Imperium Legends. They are very much complicated single player / multiplayer games, but based around actual historical races with a card system. They're good, difficult to play, but they're good. Over here we've got one of the expansions for the Aliens board game. The big one. I'm trying to remember who made it now. Gale Force 9, that was it. It was for Another Glorious Day in the Core. So that's one of the expansions, just an empty box because it's all in a big container somewhere else. But we've got Star Wars, The Outer Rim. Well, that's the expansion box, again, empty. The main box is just over in the next cubby. The Mass Effect board game that came out late last year. Frostpunk, the board game. Insanely complicated to play. It takes a really long time to play, but really, really good. Got a couple more single / multiplayer games over on this one. Switch and Signal, a fun little railway game. Atlantis Rising, which I've never actually played. And Robinson Crusoe, which I've been putting off playing because, again, that's really complicated. And then I've got some more on the next one over. I've got Aliens Fate of the Nostromo, which is a really good single player / co-op board game based around the original movie. Really, really good fun, though. Underneath that, I've got Jaws, based on obviously the first game, the first movie. I've got two Horrified games. I've got the Universal Monsters and the American Monsters. I've got Back to the Future. Dice Through Time. That one's an interesting game. I've also got Whitehall, which is loosely based off the Jack the Ripper murders. And I've got a couple of others somewhere else as well. And then the entire bottom row, well, I say the entire, 3 of the 4 units on the bottom row is all my game guides that I've just collected over the years. You know, they're just a nice little collection to have. I've got a couple that I'm very, very proud of, which are in really, really excellent condition. I've got the Final Fantasy VII official guide in excellent condition. That on its own, last time I checked, which was about 5 years ago, you know, one of those in really good condition was going anywhere from like 60 to 100 quid. And I've got the Grand Theft Auto 3 guide, which is so thin compared to like the later ones, but again, that's in like near mint condition. It's really nice condition. So yeah, they're just there. You know, some of them are still sealed, some of them are not. But that's my little guide collection I've got over there. There's a Snake Killer. How frustrating is it that we don't have Clone Wars Season 7 on Blu-ray? I know. I've got Seasons 1 to 6 right here on Blu-ray. I want Season 7. It's only available in the States, I think. So, yeah, really frustrating that Season 7 was never released on Blu-ray. I mean, I've got Disney Plus, so I can still watch it. I have literally just been burning through all the Star Wars stuff recently. I've watched through all of the Clone Wars, having watched Maul Shadow Legend when that dropped. That was fantastic. Absolutely loved Maul Shadow Legend. I decided to start watching the Clone Wars again. Watched all of that, and I'm in season 2 of Rebels right now, and I've watched all of the Bad Batch as well. If it has region B coding, I can import it. Yeah. The trouble is, I mean, it costs so much money, more money than I'm prepared to spend. Oh, is there no Blu-ray for season 7 at all? I thought there was still one. I thought there was one purely for the American market. But, I must be thinking of something different. It was only available. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. Homeland. They only released that on DVD. They never released season 8 on Blu-ray. They only released it on DVD, which again is annoying because seasons 1 to 7 on Blu-ray. Ah, dear. Right, we're at 89% for Schumacher. We'll probably need to call him in. Evening, Adrian. Let's call him in. We've got Jensen's feedback now as well. Let's have a look. Ooh, 96. Excellent. We'll leave him out.
How's the balance? Understood.
So, yeah, I've been on a bit of a binge of the Star Wars animated stuff recently. So, all of the Clone Wars, all of the Bad Batch, and a couple of seasons in now to Rebels as well. I've got Rebels on Blu-ray as well, but it's bigger things. I've got them on Disney Plus at the moment. I may as well, just stream them. It's easier than messing around with the discs. Pandemic is a great game. Yeah, I've never played any of the subsequent releases of Pandemic. I've only played the first one. But the Star Wars Clone Wars Pandemic game is actually really good. And of course, you can always get custom files from Board Game Geek as well. I haven't tried any of them yet, but there's one sort of custom rule set that was created which added in Darth Sidious for the Clone Wars board game. I think there was another one that toyed with maybe Vader, and there was another one added in a load more Jedi as well. So, am I running a new mod for the car? It looks different. Nope, still running the 2013 mod. I mean, it looks McLaren might look a little different to the custom livery that we were running in our other series. Because that was made by a different modder, but I mean this is the one that we've been running all the way through this series. It came bundled with this mod, so right, 89% means we're probably going to have to change the roll bar, and we've got a big gap there as well. So I'm going to play into that and drop that to a 3.7. But we're going to push this down a bit. So it's not quite as big a gap, and we're going to bring this back this way as well. I don't want to move the front wing too much, but let's try. There we go. We've squared that back up. Let's try something like that. See if that works. There's Jensen. Oh, still completing his run while we're waiting. You buy a couple of your movies from house in the US. Yeah, I generally don't. I generally tend to just try and get... I mean, I have bought a couple of imported ones from Europe in the past. Like The Leftovers. I bought this from Europe. You can see on the back, it's a Scandinavian release. but it's still in English. But it's because it wasn't available as a UK in a good one. And on top of that, my copy of The Sopranos. That is also a Scandinavian initial release, because this one actually comes with the hard cases, whereas the UK release came with a horrible card insert where the discs just were in slits, and they would always fall out of those and scratch up the discs, and did not want that. So when I bought that, I bought the imported version, but that was back in the pandemic, so like late 2020, early 21 when I bought that. I mean, these days, I think that was before Brexit kicked in, and of course now, if you're trying to import something from the States, the import costs are horrendous. On top of the potentially quite obscene delivery charges as well. It's like when I bought a couple of my Mass Effect statues actually direct from BioWare. And the delivery charge to get them shipped, I bought 2 of them, and they were around £50 to £60 each. And the delivery was like another £50 on top. Because at the time I didn't realise you could actually get some of them from the UK. It's before Dark Horse started doing these ones with the black bases. But my Morden Solus with the white base and my Thane Krios at the back, they're both direct from BioWare. And the delivery charges on those were expensive, and then I had to pay import duty on top. When they arrived, I had to go to the post office depot and actually pay import tax on top of those as well. So I try to avoid buying things from America now, just because the cost is just prohibitive. When you factor in taxes, duty, and delivery costs, it makes no sense anymore. When am I starting the new series? What, the new 2026 Regs series? As soon as we got the new 2026 database available. It's not released yet. 0. I think they're still testing it.
Looks like it's the Aston Martin involved in that.
The rest had a moment.
Martin. Within a split second, the impact's made.
Oh, yeah.
Not at all what they would have wanted in practice.
Yeah, I would love to get more F1 models, but I mean,
and not much that the team
some of them the ones I
one.
want are expensive to start with, and then they're coming from Europe, so again, delivery costs are going to be high because it's coming from overseas, and then there's import costs on top, and it's just, as much as I would love like some 118 scale models, they're just too expensive. When they're like, or at least the good ones are anyway. When you're talking like £200 to £300 for a model, and then you're paying however much you're paying on top of that for delivery, and then import charges on top of that, it just prices me out. I mean, I'm unemployed. This is a hobby. I mean, I'm making a little bit of cash from doing this. I make maybe £50 a month doing this, with my live streams. That's it. On top of, what I'm getting from Universal Credit. So, there's no way I can spend vast sums of money on things like that. And any money I have been getting, I've been putting straight back into equipment for this. Hence the expensive new webcam that you're all watching me on. Yeah, I mean, all the things I would love to have, I just can't afford them. send Michael back out. There are a couple of other little collectibles I've
VSC ending.
acquired over the years that are lurking around. I mean, up top I've got a Crash and a Spyro model. They're both still in their boxes. Over way on the other side of the room, because they're quite tall, I've got the 40th anniversary Big Chap from NECA. That one's the one that's like 2 foot tall. And then I've got an actual wearable. I've got a wearable one of these Omni Blades, I think they're called. I've got one of those that's wearable. With a little battery compartment, so it actually lights up as well. In fact, tell you what, I'll go grab it. I've been meaning to put it out somewhere around here anyway. Comes with its own stand as well. It's too big to fit in a Kallax, unfortunately. That's why I haven't put it up anywhere. Right. There we go. So I've got my my own light up Omni Blade. And it just kind of folds back in on itself. And when I got it, I took it out. I wore it for about 5 minutes just to enjoy it, and it's been back in the box ever since. Because I've not had anywhere to actually sort of display it, because it is very tall. But this is like the last thing I think I bought from BioWare directly. I think it's a limited edition. So yeah, as you can see, does not fit. I'll stick it up there for now. Same with the big chap. The big chap says 2 foot tall. He's just lived in his box ever since I got him. I wonder if I've even taken him out of the box at any point. Right, there we go. Jensen's back on his way to the pits. There we go. Let's see what we need to improve here. Okay, so 1 click there, and then bring that back up. Might have brought that up too much, but we'll try it like that. Might need to do something like that. Let's give that a go. You just bought yourself an Eldorado. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I've seen all sorts of really, really nice F1 models, but most of them are just too expensive. The small ones are nice, but they are very small. You know, so you can see resting on my palm the size of them, and most of them are missing detail. When I bought this one, I actually bought this one off of eBay. Take the lid off so it doesn't reflect. But this one actually came with custom sponsors and decals on it, because normally this particular model just came with the black stripes on the side of the engine cover. It didn't actually have Marlboro branding on it. For some reason, none of these models had tobacco advertising on them. So it's the same with my Williams. There's no Camel sponsorship on that one. It's got the Canon and everything else, but there's no Camel on the yellow parts of the car. But this one actually came with Marlboro fitting on the wing and on the engine covers. So I paid a little bit more because I wanted the one with the Marlboro sponsorship on it. But I still think I only paid about 15 quid for it. Well, that was years and years ago. That'd be more expensive now. But you can see with Mansell's car, it's got the Renault, it's got the Elf, it's got Canon. Same on the front and the rear of the wing. It's got Canon, but it's got no Camel branding anywhere on the car. Not on the cockpit, not on the engine cover. Just no tobacco sponsorship on it. And I don't know if that was something that was a deliberate thing based on the market it was sold in, but yeah. I mean, these 143 cars, they're nice, but they do lack a little bit of detail. Yeah, and I would love something a little bit bigger, with a little bit more detail. But again, it's just way too prohibitive in terms of cost. As much as I love it, I have absolutely nothing, merch-wise about the Ferrari 641. Maybe it's my favourite F1 car of all time, but I just have nothing, on that car at all, just because I don't want some little cheap thing. I want something that looks really good, but it's just too expensive. So it's a pipe dream for, I don't know, however many years down the line where I can finally afford it. If it's still available. That's the problem as well. A lot of these really nice ones, they're made in very limited quantities and then they're gone. So, right, we've got feedback from Michael again. Hopefully it's good. And after that little show and tell and our little run, there we go, 94%, so a big improvement. We're going to take a quick ad break and then we will crack on with the rest of practice. All right, into practice 2. So we've got our new setup on the car for Jensen. We need to tweak the car for Michael, and that will hopefully be it. That looks suspiciously like what we were going to start with. I think we went with a 2-7 and a 0. So we weren't too far away. Yeah, it would seem. Let's see. Car park knowledge is up to 63%. We're at 90%. So getting our setups maxed out will give us an extra couple of percent automatically. 20 laps should be enough. And then we won't need to run in the third and final session. In theory. Of course, we're going on the assumption that these changes that we've made are actually going to work. Might not do.
Okay, that's
I think
green
companies
light.
weren't allowed to release models with tobacco sponsors. Yeah, probably. I mean, that was my guess, given that they actually banned the cars from running with F1 with tobacco sponsors in Europe, which is why we started seeing, instead of West on the McLarens in the 90s and noughties, we saw, David and Mika and then Kimi on the side of his instead of West, and we saw Bitten and Hisses and Bus and Hornets on the Jordans instead of Benson and Edges. Oh, god damn it. Schumacher's out.
There's a yellow flag now. Along the straights here.
Shit.
Just flies into that crash.
And
That
that's
will
going
have
to
knocked their
kill what's
confidence,
left
I'm
of the
sure.
engine parts in there. And he's already had a retirement that's done massive engine damage as well. So now we're going to have to definitely buy new engine parts for Schumacher at some point later this season. Oh dear, oh dear.
Virtual safety car.
Car park there.
Delta positive.
Nope. Not at all.
No curbs.
Should you be worried for cost cap finances tab or development, or are they separate things? No, development costs come out of the cost cap. I'll be able to go through it in a bit more detail when we go back to HQ after this Grand Prix, but yeah, remind me, and I'll go through it with you in a bit more detail then.
BSC ending.
In your finances tab, it says you have 200k left, while in development it says 24 mil. I think the finances is a prediction of what your balance will be at the end of the season based on how much you're spending, up to that point. So it predicts if you carry on that level of spending, that's how little you're going to have left. I'm not entirely certain. Off the top of my head, I'd need to actually open the tabs up to have a look.
Everything okay?
On the wrong tab, there we go.
Understood.
97%, not quite there for Jensen.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter. Stop in front of our garage.
Right, cornering needs to change. Let's drop that down. Are we going to end up with the same setup on both cars here? Used to be a really rare thing, but it seems to be happening more and more with the 24 than it did with 23. And after it had been patched a couple of times, 22, there was a good chance that you could get the same setup on that when it first launched, but after a couple of patches, that kind of disappeared. 23 is incredibly rare that you ever ran the same setup on both cars, but it seems to... it might be Realistic Racing that's doing that as well. That's making it more of a common thing, because I've always said it's one of those rare things when you get two cars doing the same setup, but I realise I've said that an awful lot, which means it's happened an awful lot. So maybe it's not quite as rare as it used to be. Should you put your attention to the development tab, which means you can make more resource? Again, off the top of my head, I'm just trying to remember. It's been a while since I've really ever looked at those tabs, because I've never ever come close to the cost cap before, ever, in the 24. Whereas we did break it a couple of times in 23. Never broke it once in 24. So, off the top of my head, I'd say it's been a long time since I've checked those tabs, and I'll have to actually have a look at them after the race. We are close. Oh, we went the wrong way.
Yeah, copy that. Pit lane speed limiter on. Stop in front of our garage.
So, what did I get wrong? Okay, so we went down. Let's go the opposite way. Let me just revert back to what I know was spot on for 97, and then if we go that way, I'm not sure if we're going to break the front wing, but hopefully we'll be okay. Traction might get a little iffy, but we'll see. But I think that will do it. And we are going to have to send him out again in the next session, I think, just to get the feedback. We're going to have to run Michael in the next session as well. The plan was hopefully that we would nail the setup and hit his 100% prep level in this session. And instead he totaled the car after like a lap or two. So, yeah, that plan went out the window quickly. That is the end of practice 2. We'll roll straight into practice 3. And let's see how bad the damage is. What have we broken? Oh, a lot of stuff. We've killed another gearbox. We're on to gearbox number 3. That's not good. We've killed the suspension, and I do have a spare. Well, I did have a spare, not anymore. I should have a spare chassis. There we go. That's the spare. And there goes my spare rear wing as well. Ouch. 15 laps. We're going to run soft tyres because I need to keep that extra set of mediums for the Grand Prix. Someone's got a monster collection. Yeah, I mean, I was never interested in having all the cars. I only ever wanted very specific. I still only want very specific cars. You know, I want a Rothmans Williams, maybe the '96 one that Hill raced, because he won a championship in that car. I want a couple of Schumacher's cars, you know, one of his Benettons, one of his Ferraris, maybe one of the Jordans, probably the '98 one with the snake livery.
Sessions should be starting.
The 7-Up Jordan would be a nice one to have. Because again, it's just such an iconic car. Obviously, I want the Ferrari 641. Preferably the Mansell 641 rather than the Prost one. One of the 84 Lotuses, again, maybe the Mansell one, or maybe the Senna one. You know, the black and gold Lotus.
Just be mindful of curves.
The 1990 Camel Lotus would be a nice one to have as well. Not really all that fussed over some of the more modern cars, because they had all those really ugly aero attachments on them, like the BMW Sauber from when was it? 2008 was hideous. Nice livery, just a hideous-looking car with all those ridiculous winglets and X-wings and all sorts of horrible little add-ons to the car that just made them look so ugly. I've always been a fan of clean aero lines. So while they're doing that, let me bring over a browser window. And just show you what I mean. This one, for example, absolutely hideous car. I mean, look at it. You've got an interesting kind of rear wing. Nothing major issues with that, but the front wing is not a nice looking front wing. And then you've got these ridiculous sort of horns on the nose. You've got the Viking horns on the rear. You've got these over the top ridiculous barge boards with secondary barge boards here and then tertiary barge board here. It's just an ugly, ugly car. So many aero add-ons to it. Look at it. It just, there's no nice, clean lines on that car anywhere. It's absolutely disgusting. Whereas if we take a look at... I mean, it's kind of a little bit of the same with the Jordan... 98. This one had these horrible X-wings on the side, and then these massive sort of extensions into the rear wing here with more sort of wings there as well. It was just, again, a lot of really ugly add-ons that I just did not like. You know, it spoilt the look of the car. I mean, you go back, there's always been periods in history when you've had cars that have just gone a bit crazy with extra wings here and there and everywhere. I mean, some of the very first ever rear wings were like insanely tall. They were like on these tiny little spindly things, and then up here, and then absolutely massive. You know, so they would stick up to about this height on the car, and they would cover like the entire width of the wheels. You know, monstrous things. And they would have them mounted on the front of the car as well. Yeah. There have been some very innovative but not very good looking cars over the years. You know, I prefer the cars with the clean looks. So, I mean, look how much cleaner this car looks. I mean, it's a beautiful looking car. And minimal add-ons in terms of aero. You had the barge boards here at the front, but they were quite small. They were quite simplified. And then the rest of the car was just nice, smooth, clean lines. You know, it's a nice car. Very nice car. But again, for me, the Ferrari is still the nicest. Such a beautiful car. The line's so clean on it. And when you saw it from the front as well, with the way the nose was shaped, it looked phenomenal front on. Yeah, absolutely beautiful car. Massive fan of that. That's my favourite F1 car. The best looking cars for you for 98 to 08. But is that the era that you were watching? Is that when you first started watching Formula? You're always going to have... And I have a little bit of bias as well, because I grew up watching Formula One in the late 80s through to today, but I started watching late 80s. Some of those cars that I've listed, like the 92 Williams, the 88 McLaren, the 90 Ferrari, the 90 Lotus, the 91 Jordan. I grew up with those cars. They were the cars that were around when I started watching, so I'm going to have a little bit of bias towards those, but even so, I mean, the Jordan 91 in particular is, again, just a really smooth, clean-looking car. And it had that very unique, distinctive front wing as well that you just didn't see on other cars, that season. It was an absolutely gorgeous F1 car. And that is the car that Schumacher made his debut in. He debuted at Spa in the Jordan, because I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Gasho? Got arrested I think it was Bertrand Gachot, got arrested and couldn't take part in the race. So they gave Schumacher his debut. And then the very next race, he was racing for Benetton. Benetton had snuck in and poached him. Jordan was furious. He was absolutely livid. But yeah, they snuck in, offered him a contract, and he went to Benetton for the very next race. And then when he returned to Spa the following year, that was his very first ever win. You know, a 1-year anniversary from his debut, he got his first win. Same circuit. He qualified as well. He looked really promising at Spa. He qualified in 7th, which was a huge shock. Nobody expected anything like that. And then he started really well, but reliability killed the car within a few laps. We have a yellow flag, don't we, Schumacher? It's not, it's a Williams.
Virtual safety car. Make sure the delta stays
Is it
positive.
there? Yep, there it is. It's Maldonado. Of course it's Maldonado.
It was the Williams driver we see there. And that's the moment the car ploughs into the wall. And that won't do their confidence any good.
At least Schumacher's not the only driver to have wrecked a car this weekend. Right, how are we doing on feedback? 3 out of 5. And 3 out of 5.
Virtual safety car ending.
If the modders can make a 2026 car, why can't they make a 2000s car? Well, because the 2026 car is relevant. It is the current car. The older cars are more niche, and there's more of an incentive to do the 2026 car because it is the current model of car. So that will stick around now for several years before that gets a major overhaul. You know, it'll get little updates and revisions over the years, but it'll be that now for many years. Yeah, for the next 4 or 5 years, I would imagine, at least, until they bring the new engines in. You know, the 2000 cars, it's not just making one car, it's making lots of models, because they were very, very different to each other back then. Let me so, I mean, we've got, let's have a look. We've got the Ferrari, which had its own very distinct look. The McLaren had a very distinct look as well, as did the that's the 2006.
How's the balance? Understood.
Are these just liveries, or are they actually individual models as well? Content not viewable in my region. Yeah, never mind. I mean, the Jaguar again was a very distinctive, different car as well. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, it'd be great. I would love to have the older, some older car models. It's possible we might be getting some in the future. I'm not sure what foam he's working on, but I think he might be working on some models as well as some liveries. So we might get some older car models popping up soon. Yeah, we are at 100%. That's what I'll double check. Got Jensen's feedback. And he is 100 as well, so we can call him in. He went past the pit lane. There we go. So we are done with practice. We can bring them back in now. I mean, I'm going to try and start modding. But, I mean, I've never done any modding before, so it's going to take me a long time just to do one car, let alone all of them. Because I have to learn all of the different tools needed. And how, you know, I'm trying to slowly learn how to blend at the moment using Blender. But I've never ever used anything like Photoshop before. You know, the most advanced piece of editing software photo-wise I've ever used is Paint.net. So, yeah, Photoshop. I've never ever used Photoshop. So I'm going to have to learn how to do, you know, liveries and stuff in either Photoshop or a free equivalent. Like, I think Photo P is as close to Photoshop as you can get as a free browser-based piece of software. But yeah, it's just all these different programs I'm going to have to learn to try and learn how to do. Looks like Bottas has retired with an issue. Oh yeah.
No power.
Oh, he's on fire. Cargo boom. Can't very much go boom.
Correct.
Evening, mic on. It's been a little while. How you been? Track temperature 51.3. Air temp's gone up to 36.2. Yeah, a couple of degrees over what we were expecting. It will be a little bit cooler on race day, but not significantly lower. Very high temps in Hungary. Yeah, you generally do get very high temps in Hungary. I'm trying to remember where it was last year. We had those record temps of like 68 degrees. I'm trying to know if that was here. Or somewhere else. Might have been somewhere else. There we go. Both cars are fully set up. Both drivers are fully prepared. So we are ready for qualifying.
Let's hope the teams took full advantage of practice. It's time for qualifying.
The Hungaroring's short circuit can get crowded during Q1 and Q2. Teams need to get their drivers out there and in the best position to set a fast lap or risk being caught out.
Let's talk about Mercedes for a moment, Karun. Where's their driver going to be at right now?
The main thing on my mind was their speed in practice. They just weren't that fast. But was that down to the driver, the car, the team experimenting? We don't know, and we'll just have to see how they fare in qualifying.
What does today have in store? Only time will tell.
Evening, Daniel. Snake says they're not fully prepared, 52% track accumulating. Yeah, no, you don't need to get everything maxed out anymore. You used to, but not anymore. So, my driver prep is at 100%, which is why their driver confidence is all the way up here as their starting position. Jensen. Yeah, I think that's fine. So, we're ready to go into qualifying.
Okay, that's green light.
Oh, Massa's out, just ahead of us. Yeah, it used to be that you needed to do pretty much maxing out everything, but not anymore. They patched it so that you didn't need to max everything out to get 100%. And then also, once you could start assigning your affiliates to do car development, that then also contributes towards your driver prep as well. So you need to max out your driver prep to 100%, but you don't need to max everything else out. Maxing out the setup is the quickest way to get there because that contributes 50% of the way to 100% driver prep. Track knowledge and car part knowledge contribute 25% each, and then you've got whatever is chipped in by your affiliates as well, which in our case I think is about 17%, 12%, 17%, somewhere in that region. So yeah, you don't need to max everything out anymore. But I always try and make sure that the setup is maxed because that contributes the most. You play with curves on qualifying. Are you doing too much? It depends on the circuit. I mean,
the temperatures.
Depends if you're taking manual control. Sometimes it can be harder to warm the tyres up with manual control compared to letting the AI, prep their tyres. There we go. We're into the window, so those tyres are switched on. Button's tyres are more switched on. Oh, nearly a problem into turn one. Someone's locked up as well. Is that Massa? Yeah, Massa's locked up.
Here's
so
the
this
replay.
is probably not going to be a great
We're
first
watching
sector for
the
Jensen.
Ferrari. Things were all right here.
Because we've got Massa's lockup in front of us.
Couldn't cope.
And we've got the
unable to do
almost
much about
collision with the car coming out the pits at the same time as well. So I'm not expecting great things out of this first sector. I'd be happy if it is a good one. And Massa looks like he's aborted his run. So we're just going to wait and see what Schumacher does now to see how representative that 29.2 is. Here he comes. 27.9. Yeah, there you go. See, we did lose a huge chunk of time with Jensen. Does avoiding the curbs help with wear of the parts? It does. But I only do it in practice. I don't do it in races unless I've got a fault. So if we go with the information box here, you can see avoid high-risk curbs. It reduces wear on the powertrain. It reduces tyre wear, reduces the risk of a puncture, but it also has a negative effect on your lap times.
Recharge on and box this lap.
But it cools your tyres down a lot. So unless you're absolutely thrashing the tyres, then they're likely to drop out of the temperature window. And that became one of the big cheeses that everybody, was talking about that I've never ever used, and that's to go into full attack mode and then just turn on the avoid curbs to try and keep the tyre temps under control. It's a cheese. It's not something I like doing in these games. I don't try and find ways to cheat the system. I like to play them properly, as intended. With a more realistic approach. And in reality, you would never be telling your driver to avoid the curbs unless the car was susceptible to damage, or the tyres were, struggling and likely to get a puncture from hitting the curbs too much. Where we saw at circuits like Qatar in the first run, where a lot of drivers were being told to avoid certain curbs because the curbs were very sharp and they were cutting up the tyres. I only generally tend to use those outside of practice. I only generally tend to use things like avoid curbs if I've got a fault that I'm trying to clear, a temporary fault. Sometimes avoiding curbs can help clear that quicker. And then once the fault is cleared, I'll tell them to start attacking the curbs again. And then if I'm behind a safety car, again, just to protect the car a little bit when we're lapping slowly. All right, Jensen's absolutely going to have to run again because he's going to get eliminated otherwise, but Schumacher should be fine. Ibn Bill.
Warm the tyres where you can.
Mass is out behind us this time. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do a second run just because of the tyre wear. This track is notorious for chewing up soft tyres in general, and with the high temperatures that is also just going to increase that wear slightly. But we need that second run because of the really bad first run. Blocked in the first sector and then blocked somewhere else in the lap as well.
Tyre temperatures look good.
Oh, the traffic coming up pit lane.
And drive straight out, drive straight
A lot
out.
of traffic on out laps, but they're kind of spaced out. But we have got Hamilton and one of the two Toro Rossos in front of us. In fact, they might have just got in the way of Sebastian Vettel. Middle sector for Grosjean, 25.6. 2 seconds quicker than Van der Garde in the middle sector alone. We're going to catch Hamilton and Friend in a bad spot here. Grosjean goes top. Wow. Lotus found some extra performance here. That's worrying. Right, we get past Hamilton. No, that wasn't Hamilton. That was one of the Toro Rossos. That's Hamilton. We lost half a second to Grosjean in the middle sector, but the first sector was a match. Final turn, across the line. Not bad. Just ahead of Schumacher, and that'll be enough to get us through.
That's a decent lap. That's a decent lap.
That is a mistake from Hamilton, I think. No, Hulkenberg.
Right there.
Hamilton just
You
looked
can take
slow
a look
out of turn
now.
1.
Heading down the straight. The wheels just lock up there. But that's just the risk you take. The later you leave it.
Is he going to abort the run if that was the start of a lap? No, that was the end of his lap. So, bad lap. There, he lost 4.5 seconds to his teammate in the final sector. Thanks to that lockup. Alright, let's see how Hamilton's getting on. Is that Webber in front of him? Might be Vettel, actually. Yeah, that's Seb. All right, across the line, and Hamilton is good enough for P4. He's 3/10 away. Webber's about to start his lap. There he is.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter. Pit lane speed limiter.
Pull up in front of our garage.
So far, the cars in the bottom zone are Charles Pic, Daniel Ricciardo, Guido van der Garde, Max Chilton, Nico Hulkenberg, and Mark Webber. Webber's about to try and get himself out of that zone. He should be fine. Has got a slow-moving Force India in front. That's Paul di Resta on his outlap. Going through turn 2 now. Ricciardo, I would imagine, will get out of the drop zone and push Bianchi in. Possibly, actually. Might not. It'll be a toss-up between him and Verne, I think. Hulkenberg should easily get out of the drop zone as well. He had that horrible lockup, which has stuck him down at the bottom of the order. Track has cooled a bit, 49.6 degrees and still cooling off. That's di Resta getting out of the way. It's a mighty middle sector for Webber. First sector wasn't amazing, but it was still pretty quick. We have seen quicker. And this will be close to the front three. Should be a little bit quicker than Hamilton based on this final sector. Oh, he goes purple, which just puts him top. Maldonado in 11th place, thanks to Webber. Right, we do not need to run again. But those that do definitely need to run again, Daniel Ricciardo and Nico Hulkenberg, both need to find a lap. We're going to keep an eye on Hulkenberg, because I don't think we've actually watched Hulkenberg do a lap before. And while we're waiting for them to come out, let's keep an eye on Paul di Resta in the Force India. He improves the P10. Hulkenberg is out on track. It's a very simple, but I think stylish livery. I think that would make a great template, actually, that Sauber livery. I think that would make a really nice generic template for my team, or creator team. Grosjean has gone top again. Grosjean's looking mighty quick this weekend, isn't he? He was quick in the last couple of Grand Prix as well. He's suddenly found some pretty powerful pace. He must have upgrades that Raikkonen doesn't have, or has got a much better car condition, or combination of both. So, across the line to start the lap for Sauber, which I believe has the Chelsea logo on the front of the car. So we get a good shot of it. Getting the right angle. It's too flat. Yeah, that's the Chelsea Football Club logo, isn't it? I remember there was a time when Premier League clubs were trying to get involved in motor racing for some bizarre reason. You had a variety of different F1 single-seater races. I don't think they ended up getting Formula One partnerships, but there were some single-seaters. One was sponsored by Liverpool. There was a Chelsea one. I think there was a Barcelona. A couple of other cars as well. They were just random teams from Europe that suddenly were part of a racing series. I'm going to have to Google this now. Hulkenberg misses out. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's turn our focus to Daniel Ricciardo, who's on an outlap. He might be able to sneak out. But Hulkenberg is out. He will not have time for another run. Bianchi, Peak, Van der Gaard, and Chilton will not be quick enough to get out the session. Super League Formula, that was it. Super League Formula was an open-wheel single-seater formula in 2008, starting at Donington. The league introduced sponsorship by association football clubs. It used the slogan, "The Beautiful Race, football at 300 kilometers an hour." By 2011, the link with football was fading and more than half the teams no longer associated with football teams. Let's see if it actually says which teams were in. So, yeah. 2008 season, let's have a look, the inaugural season. AC Milan sponsored Scuderia Play Team. They had Robert Dornbos and Alessandro Pierre Guidi as their drivers. Galatasaray also were part of that as well. PSV Eindhoven and Al Ain were on Azerti Motorsports. CR Flamengo and Anderlecht were on Team Astra Mega. Olympiacos and Basel were with GU Racing International. Borussia Dortmund and Beijing were on Zach Speed. Corinthians and Atletico Madrid were on Euro International. Rangers were with Alan Docking, as were FC Porto for a little while, and then I think they also moved to High Tech, who were with Liverpool. Sevilla and Spurs had GTA Motor Competition, and AS Roma had FMS International. Yeah, I remember that. It didn't last very long at all. Fun times. So Ricardo has made it through up to 11th place, and that's knocked out his teammate Jean-Eric Verne. Gutierrez is out there on a lap, but he is safe by less than a tenth of a second. Rosberg ended up top by 2.5 tenths in the end. We finished the session 8th and 9th, but that's all we needed to do. Raikkonen needs to find some pace. He's on a much improved lap here. Let's see what he actually does as he comes up to the line. Yeah, I think Chelsea were the only team that actually got F1 sponsorship, if memory serves. I don't remember any other Formula One teams getting football sponsorship. I might be wrong on that, but that was at the same sort of time. As it was around the same time that Super League or the Super Formula thing was coming to a complete end. It didn't last very many seasons at all. I'd say by the end of 2011, most of the teams had already dropped out. Well, most of the football teams had already dropped the sponsorship. All right, we made it through comfortably. Now, we need to see how we do in Q2. We'll take a quick ad break, and then we'll hit the track for the second qualifying session. Okay, let's get Jensen out there early. He's on much more warm tyres because they've done 2 runs. Schumacher's have only done 1, so he should be quicker. Alonso going out early, and Massa right behind him as well. Welcome back, Vito. Saw an interesting stat the other day that I'd never really thought about, but Williams are the team that has scored the most points in a single weekend in history, and it will never be beaten until, well, it's unlikely it'll ever be beaten, but you can never say never. It was at Abu Dhabi. They got a double podium. I forget exactly where they finished. I think it was 2nd and 3rd, but it was double points. So they ended up scoring like 53 points, I think it was. I'll Google it. See if I can find out exactly when that happened.
could keep your pace up on the in-lap.
Oh, lock up. That's the rester. What has he done?
Here we've got the Aston Martin. There's clear contact there, and that's not what they would have had in
That's
mind
a
when they woke
massive
up
hit.
this
Yeah,
morning.
that's very much a red flag situation.
And clearly
Another
then,
car
not
destroyed
what everyone in
at
the
that
garage
corner.
would have wanted to see.
We are currently first and fourth. Button slightly quicker than the Ferraris. Schumacher slightly slower than the Ferraris. And we were the only ones to get a lap in before the red flag. Evening, Arctic. Going to go out and do another run. See if we can maybe sneak a little bit of an improvement before we have to put on some fresh tyres. Again, hopefully we can get through the session without needing to do that, but probably not going to happen. Right. All right, it's the 2014 Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. Hamilton got the win, but it was 66 points scored for Williams in that Grand Prix, which is an absolute record.
And drive straight out, drive straight out. Track will be clear.
Massa came second, Valtteri came third.
Let's go.
What's my sleep cycle? Erratic. It's the easiest way to answer that. I don't have a set sleep cycle. I just because I don't work. I don't have a reason to get up at a very set time every day. So I generally go to bed when I feel tired, and then sleep as long as I can to get a good amount of sleep. And then sometimes I don't sleep very well, so I tend to get up maybe after just a couple of hours, and then I'll be up for a few hours, and then try and nap for another few hours. And yeah, it's all over the place, my sleep cycle, unfortunately. You know, I was diagnosed with sleep apnea, and I'm still waiting for a treatment consultation on that. And so sometimes I just don't wake up very well, and it's not pleasant when that happens.
That's currently P1.
Do I sleep for at least 8 hours at least?
Okay,
No,
look after the fuel
very
on the way
rarely.
in.
Most days I probably average 6 to 7 hours. You know, but it's not necessarily all in one go. Sometimes it's only like 2-3 hours here, and then another 2 or 3 hours later in the day. And then sometimes I sleep for longer than that in a single go. It's just sometimes it's very hard for my brain to just switch off. I'm autistic as well, so my brain doesn't work quite the same way as everyone else's. And sometimes it just does not want to switch itself off. So I end up sometimes just sat in front of the computer until 4, 5, 6 in the morning, maybe even later than that. And then I try and sleep for a few hours, and sometimes I get a couple hours. Sometimes I actually get some good sleep, but it's all over the place, my sleep pattern. It's all over the place. Right. We did not really improve at all on that second run, which I didn't expect, to be fair. Vettel has gone top with a new lap of a 1:14.9. Webber looking quick in the first sector.
Remember the pit lane speed limiter. Stop on the mark.
We should still make it through to the top 10 without needing to run again. I don't think the Williams are going to get on terms with us. So we're likely to qualify 9th and 10th if we don't go out again. Because I would imagine Webber's going to, looking like he's going to go top here. I would imagine both Grosjean and Raikkonen are going to improve past us. Oh no, I tried to sleep in single, in a good run. One of the things I do with my little tracker is I try and monitor my sleep quality. See when I sleep, for how long. If I look on the app, I can actually get a bit more of an estimated breakdown of when I'm in, because it's never completely 100% accurate, these things, but it gives me a reasonable sort of estimate of when I'm in deep sleep, light sleep, REM cycles, and it shows when I'm awake in between as well. So it'll show me whether I've had an unnight, because sometimes I'll kind of wake up, but I won't realise I've woken up until, again, it's the sleep apnea kind of kicking in. It makes me kind of wake up, but not properly wake up. And sometimes I won't even know about that until I check the quality of my sleep the night from the night before on my tracker. And it will just have these little orange bars that show where I woke up and for how long before I was classed as back asleep again. So it's not a sponsored plug, but that's the one I got from Xiaomi, and less than 40 quid. I think 32.99. I think it was something like that, and just as effective in terms of accuracy and measurements as a £400 Apple Watch. So, if you want to get some kind of health tracking and you don't want to pay a fortune, you don't have to. There are good quality options out there that do not break the bank. Right, Schumacher is looking like he may potentially be at risk. So we are going to have to break out another set of tyres. I'd like to think Jensen will be safe, so I'm not going to run Jensen again. Or am I? I might have to. I'll prep him just in case. But De Rest is out, so that's one less car that could get in the way. But the gap between Sutil and Schumacher is, 0.05 of a second, just over. So yeah, it's going to be tight. And Gutierrez is only a tenth away as well. So Schumacher definitely needs to find more pace. We'll need another run. But Jensen is 0.3 clear, and I can't see Sutil beating him. It's been a bad lap from Grosjean. He's going to need to go again. He's on his way back to the pits behind Hamilton, who's on a about to start his flying lap by the look of it. There's Grosjean peeling into the pit lane. No, I don't think it's the thing with the tyres. Slightly compromised through the first turn there. I generally just let the AI manage their tyres. If it looks like they're going to overheat too much, I mean, it's a short lap, which is why I'm not overly concerned. As long as they switch on before the start of the lap, or just after the start of the lap, I'm fine with that. But if they switch on and it's a long lap, like Baku, then yeah, I would probably be a bit more mindful of their temperatures going in. But it's such a short lap, and the tyres are going to, burn up quickly anyway. I just don't see the point in maybe saving 1% of tyre wear, if that, by running in curves for half a lap. Nexus, how you doing? Took my face off now. So Hamilton is only P5. There is Schumacher. Potentially getting in the way of Esteban Gutierrez. I'm not sure we're going to get round in time. I might have to start pushing him a little bit soon. That Ferrari, is that on a flying lap? It is, that's Massa on a flying lap. I'm going to have to take manual control. I'm going to wait until Massa goes through. Oh, god damn it, another one of those fucking moths everywhere. I killed like 3 of them yesterday before the stream. There's another one. Got in here somewhere. And I'm trying really hard not to sneeze. Ugh. I don't know where they're getting in or where they're hiding. But I say I found 3 of them yesterday afternoon before I started the stream and got them all in quick succession. And I thought that was it. But I've had the doors and windows open again today to let some cooler air in, so maybe they're just getting in from outside. Right. Take manual control. Yes. We need to up the pace a little bit. So Hamilton will get out of the way in a second. There he goes, out the way. This way will definitely make the start of the lap. We didn't send Button. Yeah, no, Button should be safe. I don't know if Schumacher's going to be safe or not. He should be. And I'm prepared to abort the lap at the earliest possible opportunity. But we need him out there just in case. Yeah, rule of 2 does not apply to the moths. I've killed so many of them in the last couple of weeks. It's unreal. And there you can see Ricciardo improved, Grosjean improved. We did need to go out. This will get us back into the top 10. And we will bump Ricciardo into the drop zone. There we go, up to 8th place. Not bad. Both into the top 10. Yeah, purple first sector doesn't really mean much. It's all flat out, mostly. And as long as you get a clean run, you know, all the first sector times are very, very similar to each other. It's the middle sector where the downforce really kicks in that it becomes a lot easier to get a loss of time. Right. We're into the top 10 shootout. Let's see. It's Ricciardo, Sutil, Gutierrez, Maldonado, Bottas, and the crashed Paul di Resta, who failed to make it through into Q3. When we come back, the top 10 shootout. Okay, we are going to send out the cars with very heavily used tyres for the first run, because I want to try and keep 2 sets of softs for a possible 3-stop strategy, 2 soft, 2 medium. So that means I've got to keep the third set of tyres in good shape for the next run.
Good gap in front.
Let's go.
We're going to get into turn 1 without trouble. We lost a bit of time. Not the cleanest through there, unfortunately. Plus, Jensen's tyres are a disaster. They're at 60% at the start of the run. 28.2. It's not bad. Schumacher's tyres are in better nick, but not massively. He goes a couple of tenths quicker in the first sector. Raikkonen a couple of tenths quicker still. He'll be on fresher tyres than us.
Look after the fuel on the inlet.
All right, so there we go. Across the line. Times are going to be very slow because old tyres, but it's about getting both drivers into a good window. As you can see, they're both into peak confidence for that nice little +2 to their stats. And then we'll put some better tyres on and try and improve. We don't need to take manual control. Right, so Rosberg is on his flying lap.
Pit lane speed limiter on. Attack the box.
And up to the line. Should be good enough for top. It is. Only just, though. 114.714. Just less than 500ths quicker than Fernando Alonso's time. So we've got a brand new set of tyres for Jensen. We've got a set of tyres for Schumacher that's done one run at the end of Q2. Will give us a nice little boost in lap time, but I still don't think we're going to qualify very well. I still think we're probably likely to qualify 9th and 10th. Like I said, the main risk in this Grand Prix is whether or not we get a loss of confidence from the board at the end of this Grand Prix. Because if we do, that's it. That's game over. If we can survive at low confidence after this Grand Prix into the board review before Spa, then we'll have another 6 months of the calendar. Well, August, September, October, 5 months. We'll have a five months to try and turn things around. I don't know if we're going to do that or not, but. Right, Hamilton just went purple in the first sector. We've got quite a bit of time left. I'm going to go out now. And hope that we get a clean run. And we'll stagger our drivers a little bit. Hamilton's absolutely flying right now, look. This is easily going to go top.
We want to generate some temperature for this outlap.
Right, across the line. How quick is this going to be? So 114.4, 2 tenths quicker than Rosberg. That's a very quick lap. As Alonso has followed us out of the pits. So not the only one to want to go early. Got Massa making his way back to the pit lane. Grosjean now pulling into his pit box.
Tyre temperature's still okay at the moment. We're happy at this tyre temperature. We'll keep an eye on it.
Drive straight out,
And Jensen's ready to go, just as Sebastian Vettel decides to pop out in front of us. Great, and now we've got Grosjean about to pop out in front of Schumacher. Can't catch a break. Jensen's clean. Attention back to Schumacher. 27, not bad. Amazing. Got a yellow flag. That was Grosjean spinning his way out of our way. I don't think that hurt us.
We've got a yellow flag here. Now this was at turn
Didn't
1.
sound like we had a lift.
That's it. That's the spin. Oh dearie me, you don't
Drove
want to be
himself off
doing
the
that.
track nicely. And there we go through.
And while all that was happening, the crew in the garage could do nothing but watch on.
Right. First split for Schumacher coming up, second split for Jensen coming up. There we go. Now we did lose a little bit of time. Maybe that's just because the tyres aren't brand new for Michael. Right, final turn for Jensen. It's good enough for P7 for now, ahead of Vettel.
This is P7.
Don't know if we'll stay there. Schumacher's not improved in the middle sector at all, so this is just not going to be a good lap for Michael. Yeah, even safety Clark. Not a good lap. No improvement at all. Wow. All right, hopefully we can hold somebody up to try and keep Jensen in 7th, but not looking likely. Right. I'll leave you watching the pole position shootout. Let me put you on Seb while I nip to the fridge.
Okay, so remember pit lane speed limiter. Stop on the marks.
Seb just missing out. A 1/10 of a second behind Hamilton, who is going again. Grosjean coming up to the end of the lap. Button has been pipped down to 8th place. Grosjean moves above teammate Raikkonen, who has not improved in the first sector. Here comes Webber. Webber about to slap us down into 9th. He only gets up to P6. And immediately pulls out of the way of Lewis. He's looking to secure pole. Rosberg has crossed the line and not improved. It's just down to Massa now. Massa, the only one left who can try and take pole position away, and that's not a good middle sector. He's not improved. I don't think he's anywhere close enough to being fast enough here. No improvement for Hamilton in the first sector. But I don't think Massa's got him. He doesn't. Massa does not improve at all. So, It is Hamilton who qualifies on pole position ahead of Sebastian Vettel. Rosberg will start in third alongside Fernando Alonso. Grosjean in P5, Webber P6. Then it's Raikkonen and Massa and an all McLaren fifth row. Button ahead of Schumacher.
There's a fantastic atmosphere here at the Hungaroring today as we prepare for 70 laps of thrilling F1 action.
The heart may be in Budapest, but the racing soul is right here. Decades of F1 history saturate every turn of the Hungaroring, including the 1989 Grand Prix, where Nigel Mansell bullied his way from a P12 start to an ultimate victory.
What on paper could be a low-speed circuit is turned flat out by modern Formula One cars. The Hungaroring's short lap means track position is essential in qualifying, and drivers will need to be careful of track limits throughout the race. The time has almost come for our drivers to fight it out wheel to wheel. Race day has arrived.
3 Schumachers. We had 3 Michael Schumachers in the pit lane there. Oh dear, I feel vindicated. I've been waiting for one of those to pop up again. Ever since I sent Nexus the image of 3 Valtteries. Right, let's check the grid, because we did have some cars wrecked. Let's see if anyone's making a pit lane start. No? No? Everyone is staying where they qualified. Right, let's see. I'm thinking of the 3-stop. Let's have a little tweak and see if we can maybe improve. Let's have a look. So that's the quickest. Only just. When are we going to have a nice cool period? Final sector, maybe. We could look at doing that. Finish aggressive. Those mediums. In fact, could I even maybe get away with doing this? Go with that. Let's really go for it with the 3-stop there. We'll go with I think a 2-stop for Jensen. We'll try and mix it up a little bit. There we go. We'll see which is going to be the better strategy. Fuel. Not going to put any extra fuel in on this one. I'm actually going to take a couple of laps out. Let's take 3 laps of fuel out. We'll go aggressive off the start, as we always do. Go. And with that, we are prepped and ready. The start of the Hungarian Grand Prix is next.
Welcome back, everyone. The final preparations are now being made as we head into the race.
Well, they're in P7, so not necessarily where they'd like to be. Could be a challenge, all right.
And it looks like we're good to go. This is it, the Hungarian Grand Prix. And it's lights out, and away we go.
All right, off we go. Button is trying to push up. Schumacher's having to defend from Danny Rick. And Button has got that inside line against Massa. He's up to P8, but Ricciardo has done the same to Schumacher. And he's down to P11. Oh, and now Gutierrez is getting a little bit of a sniff. And now Sutil is working Gutierrez. Valtteri just have an issue? No, he's just fighting. You see Ricciardo not able to keep up with Button and Massa already. Starting to struggle a little bit. Track temperature 45.2. It's
Nice to
not
get
too
past.
bad. That's about what I was saying, wasn't it? I said probably around the mid-40s. So I said the high 30s to the mid-40s is what I was expecting the track temperature to be. Might get even a little bit hotter than that. Air temperature is 30.4, which is definitely not what we were expecting. I thought it was going to be a little bit cooler than that. There's a 1991 mod for F1 Manager 22, which, if you were lucky enough to get a copy of F1 Manager 22 before they delisted it, it's great. You can play it. If you don't, you can't. It's impossible to buy that game anymore. And because of the anti-cheat software, I think it's impossible to crack it as well. So you need an awful lot of work and the permission of the modders to convert that to the current game. Have to cool down the tyres. No, there's a database, and it's not even a database, it's just a save file with a few drivers that have been renamed. That's pretty much it. It's not even like a proper database file. Someone's basically, I think, just taken some drivers without heads and maybe just created a custom drivers and then imported them into a save file, and that's all that thing is. It's just a save file of the 1990 season.
Lift off end of straight. Pack is low.
There we go. Finally get the move done. Schumacher can start to try and close in on Massa again now.
Remember recharge.
So Button, since we've cooled his tyres down and had to drop, then turn the battery off, has dropped away from the back of Webber. But he's still keeping Massa comfortably behind. Schumacher will now hopefully start to close back in. Now we turn the tyre pace back up again. Nexus, database question for you. I know one of the reasons why Kevin, when he did his databases for the 2012, 13 and 14 mods, was he was finding that the 2014 was very unstable because there was just too much in the database. He put too many things in and he was going to strip some stuff out. Is it possible to disable the game's ability to generate new drivers? So you know how it just randomly generates like a new driver with a random mugshot, both drivers and staff and stuff like that. Is that something that could be turned off? Because I think that might make building a big database a lot more stable if it's then not trying to shoehorn in replacements as well, you know, new gens. Is this an entertaining track or just interesting at times? With realistic racing, it's a bit more like it used to be. It became very processional. But I mean, you do get quite a lot of safety car opportunities around this circuit. There are quite a few places where you can get some quite big crashes, which might bring out a VSC or a safety car. And with the tyre wear, there is the chance for this to become an interesting Grand Prix in that respect as well. So, you know, it can be a dull race. It can be a race where the unexpected happens and you actually get quite an entertaining Grand Prix, but it's more often than not, it's a little bit, especially with the realistic racing on, it's a bit more processional. I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about if you make the, you know, because you get the option when you start a new save file to add in 20 created options, you know, be they drivers or staff or combination of. I'm talking about the game will randomly just create new young drivers and new staff over time. Is that something that can be turned off? So that it doesn't try and throw in, new rookies and new race engineers and new heads of aero, etc. Because I think if that is something that could be turned off, I think that could make building a bigger database much more stable, potentially. If that's the problem. Putting a lot of stuff in a database and then it generating a lot of new stuff in and making it too big before a lot of the added in custom stuff that you put in there has retired. I'm wondering if that might maybe fix that issue. If you prevent the game from just flooding it with extra entries. Which track of the modern era is the greatest? Silverstone's a great track. Monza is a great track. Spa is a great track, but we're not going to see Spa much anymore, and it's become very difficult to overtake at Spa as well in the modern era. Going back there next year, and I'm really looking forward to it. Portimao. Portimao's a really great track because it's got such great elevation change on that circuit. Really great elevation change that you don't get on any other circuit, anything quite that extreme. Blind corners and huge dips and rises. I don't know if it's going to be particularly good for overtaking. I mean, the new regs might actually work quite well at that circuit. But, yeah, that's quite a good one. Other tracks of the modern era. You can throw out some interesting races. We're looking on target with tyre wear so far. No, fans are still not okay with it. Fans would much rather, I think, have the V8s or V10s. Personally, I'd love the V10s back because they just were awesome sounding engines. But the V8s were better than what we've got right now. That's looking like where it's going to go with the next set of engine regs in 2030, 2031. They might be, I think it's 2031 is the next window for engines, but they might try and bring it forward a year. You can retire the drivers that the game made. Isn't that enough? Yeah, you can, but they stay in the database as retired drivers. They don't disappear. So they become an added entry in there. It's like if you open up the database and have a look, just a base 24 database. In fact, let's do that. Let me open up the database editor. All right, so let me turn that on. Let's go to this save. I haven't used this save for 2 months, apparently. I'm not sure which one this is. So this is Norris, Piastri, Russell, Antonelli, Verstappen, Hadjar. So this is like a... Oh, this is the 2026 base database. We don't want that one, because that one we know is unstable. Let's take a look at an older one. Save 16, maybe save 13 or 12. So, okay, so this is one of my older ones. This is my Sal save. Because I signed Senna to replace Gutierrez. I think let's just go with save 19. This is the one we were using on our Cadillac one. So this is an unmodified database. This is, well, no, let's say unmodified. This is the 2025, mod database. But if we go into drivers and we search for down here, you can see drivers like Buemi. Has been retired for ages, but he's still in here. He's still in the database. So is Paul Aaron. If we do this, look, anyone who's at a 50, look at them all. All of these drivers are retired, but they're still here in the database. All of them, up to Valtteri Bottas. That's a lot of entries that are still in the database, and then it adds in a new custom one on top of that, and it keeps expanding the size of it. So yeah, you can manually retire a driver, but he stays in that database. It doesn't remove him from the database, it just removes him from the in-game list of drivers that you can hire. Can I check for Enzo Trulli? That's a modded database. That's the 2025 season database that we used as the start of that game file. So it's not the base game. So I don't know if he's in there. I don't think he is in there. Killed Jensen's battery. He wasn't paying attention because we were doing that little look up. This is still there or thereabouts behind us. His tyres will be in better shape than ours now because we're on softs. He's on mediums. But we are closer to Grosjean. We're going to be in soon. You can see the tyres starting to look a bit rough on the surface. Get a closer look at that. There you can see the state of the tyres looking quite dirty now. 54%. Pit window opens up Schumacher next lap. There is Massa, about 3 seconds in front of us. Yeah, they disappear from the actual game menu when you're scouting for drivers, but they're still in the database. They're just hidden because they're retired. They stay around their normal stats for like a season after they retire, and then they just default everything down to 50. And when you import that save into the database editor, they're still there in that database as a driver that you can look for. And then you could tweak the stats and bring them back out of retirement if you wanted to. Odds are they would almost certainly retire again at the end of the following season, but
this is what happened.
Turn 2.
Here we've got the Aston Martin.
And
Things look fine
P14.
here.
Nobody around him.
Well, you can see the lockup.
Can he
Just
get going before his
unable to
teammate
control
comes
the car by
through?
that point.
Just about getting ahead of the William. No, yeah, he just stayed ahead of Bottas. So still able to hold his position there, but only just. As the rest is all over the back of Valtteri. All right, we're going to start topping the battery slowly again, as we're going to be boxing soon.
We are ready for you.
And there we go. First pit stop of the Grand Prix. Paul di Resta coming in. I think everyone in the top 10, apart from us, is going to probably two-stop this Grand Prix. Would not at all be surprised if we maybe see Raikkonen attempt a one-stop. I don't know if he will or not, but if he does go for it, it wouldn't surprise me too much. Hard tyres have gone on for Paul di Resta. So he's probably going to two-stop this Grand Prix. We might not actually see anyone else. I think we'll see a couple of three-stops. I don't think we'll see a lot of them.
We saw that.
Saw what? Oh, Massa got through.
We're watching the Ferrari. The opportunity
Jensen probably
begging to
complaining
be
about being
taken.
pushed wide. Yeah, he did close it.
And the
Close out
Ferrari moves up.
the line a bit. Legally, though. You've got to remember as well, 2022, 23, and 24, those 3 games all have different databases. So some of the guys that were in 22 did not make it into 23. 23 added in some new replacements for them. Likewise with 23's database to 24. Again, Frontier took some of those guys from 22 and 23 out and put more guys in for the 24 database to replace them. So I think Enzo might have been one of those that made, that got chopped. And then some of the mods have brought some of those back. So like the 26 database has brought back some guys that we haven't seen. Like Ralph Bourchon, for example, isn't in the base game of 24, I don't think. But he's back with the 25 mod, and I think the 26 mod as well.
Let's use the tyre. flags.
I mean, a good example of Frontier stripping out some of the some staff members, for example, Antoine Oakler used to be Schumacher's race engineer at Prema, but when his role changed, when he moved into I think, I can't remember, it might have been Red Bull he moved to, but he moved into an F1 team up from F2, and so he wasn't in the following year's database. David Wieter wasn't in the 24 database, but he's been brought back in the 26 database because he's at Williams. No, not Williams. Where's he gone? Is it Alpine? I forget exactly where where he's gone. But he was brought back because he's in a more prominent position again. You know, in a grid. It is Alpine. Yeah, thank you.
Suggest increased LICO.
Right, 118.8, new fastest lap for Lewis Hamilton, who is currently in P4 on a set of hard tyres. And should end up in the lead when the others start boxing. How long he'll stay there is anyone's guess. A 2.4 second stop for Jensen, that's not bad. Through goes Schumacher. Can we get out in front of Satil? Yes, we can.
This is P11.
That was important. Don't want to lose any time behind him.
0.4.
And there we go. Seb is in. Hamilton should get him. It will be tight. Decent stop. This is going to be very tight, actually. Oh, he does just get through. So Seb is now behind Lewis. Rosberg and Raikkonen still yet to stop. Maldonado with an error.
Right, let's have a look here as we go into turn 8.
No, Enzo
That's-
Trulli, Jarno Trulli's son.
no,
He was
that's
in the
not quite what they would have
one of the
wanted.
earlier versions
and
of the
they'll
game.
find themselves at a disadvantage if they keep on doing that.
I don't think he was part of the 24 database. I think he was in the 23 database and then didn't make the cut for 24. Right, here comes Schumacher chasing down Nico Hülkenberg.
Use overtake.
Rosberg in. Some mediums going on for Nico Rosberg. He'll come out behind Webber, but ahead of Grosjean. There's Webber. Michael gets through on Hulkenberg. P9. Grosjean up next, and I think we should be able to get him, given the difference in tyre compounds. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Ah, we've got a safety car.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good
haven't
shape.
had a safety
Keep the
car for a
tyre in
while.
good shape.
And this is actually perfect timing for Kimi Raikkonen, who's just pulling into the pits. His Grosjean is out. Ah, okay, excellent. That is one of the cars that would have finished ahead of us out. So we're now on for a P8, P9 finish. Ah, why didn't I pick P8, P9 this time round? We would have had it. Right. This means a change of strategy for Schumacher. Possibly a change of strategy for Jensen. Possibly not. Depends how long this safety car goes on for. As in comes Kimi. Safety car's already left the pit lane.
Safety car deployed. Safety car, recharge button on.
We're following the action through turn 5.
Oh, he was in 24, was he? Ah,
And
I wasn't
there's
sure.
the contact.
it's been a long
I
time since
imagine
I've
their
actually
confidence
used the
will have
24
taken a knock.
database. Maybe it was the 25 he's not in.
And just like that,
Maybe he is in the
hopes of
25, I
team
don't know.
start to dwindle.
I'm not seeing him. Oh, no. Oh, that's Enzo Fittipaldi. No, I'm not seeing Enzo Trulli in the
There's a car
25.
hit the barriers
Same
in pit
file.
entry.
Drivers are okay, but there's a lot of debris on the circuit.
So Raikkonen was
very
able to get
slowly
out in
taking care.
P3. Massa
Don't
and Webber
okay.
are both into the pits. We might be able to get out in front of Webber here. Massa, I think, is going to get out in front of us. Yeah, there's Webber, so we'll get ahead of him. Massa's already out. There's Massa. So up to P7. Webber's made his second stop for a set of hard tyres. I wonder if he's going to try and go the distance. What lap are we on?
Pack is
22,
high.
that's a long way to go. That's 49 laps to do on those tyres. I mean, that Red Bull's got great tyre wear, but I don't think he'll be able to do it. This does, though, mean that Webber has changed his strategy because of the safety car. Didn't come at quite the right time for it to mess up the strategy of some of these other guys. It played out beautifully for Raikkonen because he was actually boxing as the safety car came out. And Hamilton and Vettel had only stopped a couple of laps prior, as had Massa. No, Massa stopped under the safety car, but he was due to stop. So, for some drivers, that safety car actually worked out quite well. Right, I'm going to take advantage of the safety car, pop in a quick ad break, but it's going to be a while until we get back underway again. And we have lap cars as well. Charles Pic is a lap down, as is Bianchi, Van der Gaard and Chilton. So those guys will be released. No, it doesn't work that way, Snake. Because the if you've got the database of the 2026 mod, that overwrites the database in the game, so it wouldn't work that way. You would need him to be in the 26 mod database as well.
Maximum PU cooling.
Right, still waiting on Jean-Eric Verne to hit the back of the group. There we go. The whole train has now formed up. But, as I say, we do have 4 cars that are a lap down. So we've got to wait for the instruction for them to be released, and then we've got to go another lap before we'll be coming in. So we could be here for another few laps yet. So delete the game completely. If you put the saves on your desktop and then put the... No. It doesn't... It's nothing to do with the save file. It's the mod itself. Part of the 2026 mod, as with the 2025 mod, was a revised version of the game's database. So you would need to take out that part of the mod to bring Jarno Trulli's son Enzo back into the game. But once you do that, you then can't put that part of the mod back in again, because it then just overwrites the pre-existing database once again with the 2026 mods database. So any changes that you will have made will just go poof into the ether again. And if you take that database part of the mod out and just run everything else but the database, then depending on who they took out and replaced and updated and edited to create the changes that they did, you could end up with some very weird staff allocations. There we go. Lapped cars can now overtake and unlap themselves. This is going to take a while. So it looks like it's going to be the lap after this one that we go racing again. And you see Van der Gaard gets through past Schumacher. Still got Chilton to make his way through. There's Chilton. Sliding on past Webber, now making his move past Schumacher. primarily easily the most easy way is for that to happen. I mean, if you understand how to edit databases, then as I'm creating databases rather than just making a little change in the database editor online, then yes, you could actually manually go in and edit the database yourself, but it's a lot more complicated than just sticking the same file in the database editor. It's a lot more complicated. There are videos on YouTube that do go through how to do it. So, I mean, if you desperately wanted to do it, you could. But you would need to learn how to do it. We should be going racing at the end of this lap. We're on lap 26 of 71. So there'll be 70, sorry. 71 laps a second. Then lap 26 of 70. We should be going racing at the end of this lap. We'll find out in just a moment, in the next couple of corners. Our fuel is now in a good, healthy situation. Got full batteries. We've been keeping the tyre temps under control behind the safety car. There's the notification. We are going racing at the end of this lap.
Safety car in this lap. You'll need to use overtake to get full deploy.
There's too many things
Let's
to
see
click.
what pace you can
It's
do.
a short run to the end of the lap. So we'll pause to make sure we get everything done.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
And there we go, green flag. No overtake until we cross the line. And we are back to racing conditions again. Webber has just left himself vulnerable.
Cool the car.
We weren't quick enough on the driving clean air instruction. He pulled out of the slipstream to try and make a move on Schumacher and immediately lost momentum. If we'd been quicker to react to that, we might have had a chance with Button to actually slide on through and get past him. That would have been nice. It would also would have been temporary. So, we can look now at changing Schumacher's strategy. And we can probably change Jensen's a little bit as well. Maybe not. Yeah, I think we're probably better off staying on the hards. But we can look at bringing him in a little bit earlier. No, sorry, a little bit later than originally planned. There we go.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
I try not to. Sometimes when we have a lot of buttons to click at once, I'll do that just so I can make sure I can get everything done quickly. Because in reality, you'd have two separate engineers both giving instructions at the same time, and I can only do it one driver at a time. So
DRS enabled.
you risk one driver not being able to do what you need him to do when you need him to do it. It's not so bad on some of the longer tracks, some of the short tracks like this one. You know, sometimes it can be quite a very short run from a safety car coming in to actually getting back up to racing conditions again. We've got two Jim and Pop. Yeah, but they have to share the same. Share the same keyboard and mouse, so they can still only do one at a time. So there is a chance that we can get past Massa. And we are going to go for it. Yeah, I saw Jody had released the mod. I got a Patreon notification about an hour and a half ago. Or an hour ago. That, you know, he's done a light version of Apex. Oh, that was close. Doesn't want to let us through, does he? Move your ass, Massa. Yeah, we are not getting through. Turn the batteries off and started to cool the tyres down. We've lost the DRS again. Webber's going to make a move on us now. Ah, damn it. New fastest lap for Lewis on 1:17.9. Here comes Webber. He's going to cruise on through. Both the Saubers have now moved up into 10th and 11th. Schumacher's better grip on those tyres. Holding him up, holding him back for now. That was some good defending there from Schumacher.
More lift and coast.
I'm not going to stay ahead for very long. He is still going to get us. We need to be a bit more careful with Schumacher's tyres now. If we want to switch him onto that two-stop strategy.
Recharge on.
Vettel gets ahead of Hamilton, and this time Webber will easily get that move done. And Hulkenberg putting Jensen under some pressure.
Use overtake.
Your thoughts on the Sauber return with doing this? Cadillac will be out. Oh, you mean so Sauber coming back as a separate, brand new independent team with Audi in the game? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to run Cadillac if you don't want to. Alternatively, what you could do is, I mean, I'm guessing you're using the 26 models. I don't think there's a Sauber Audi replacement yet. on those. But I mean, you could put Cadillac in and then just run as Audi and until a mod comes out, and then to convert them back to Sauber. I'm sure there'll be one at some point.
Pack is high. Okay, recharge on is good.
I mean, we're going to be putting Cadillac in our 26 file, but we're not going to be running as Cadillac because we've just done 6 seasons of running as Cadillac. So they'll be in the game, but we'll be starting with Aston. Because they're in a really bad way at the moment.
We can use the pace now.
Ooh, Hulkenberg jumped me.
We think there's still opportunities here.
Missed that. Mr. got a really good run at the exit with the final turn. Yeah, he did look straight through. Huge overspeed.
You know, I got fast, mate.
One of the few drivers we actually have audio for. Yeah, I figured you were talking about David Schumacher. Yeah, I don't want to overdo the push just yet. Track is starting to cool down again, so we will be pushing buttons soon, but I don't want to overdo it too quickly. And I'm hoping that Schumacher can keep Hulkenberg behind for a lap or two yet, but that's not going to happen. There we go, straight through. Yeah, Schumacher's boxing in a couple of laps. When he does, then we'll start to up the pace with Jensen a little bit. Valtteri with a big lock-up at turn 1.
Let's have a look at that. Okay, so heading into turn 1 here. And there
We're on a
goes
different
the
strategy.
steering. They took a
Hulkenberg's
gamble,
on hard
and it was
tyres right
just
now,
too
so
late.
his tyres are in much better shape than ours, and they're fresher than ours because we didn't stop under the safety car. So we're on a tyre offset to Hulkenberg at the moment. And you can see he's only been on those tyres for 11 laps. We've been on ours for 15 and 14. And that's when Raikkonen boxed, and that's when the safety car came out. So Hulkenberg boxed under that safety car. So his tyres are still very good. Ours not so much. I chose not to stop on the safety car. Yeah, because we hadn't long boxed. Oh, damn it. Schumacher's spun. I'm going to have to box him early now because his tyres are worn out. I think I just kept that out the barrier somehow. could even unretire, go TP. Yeah, I mean, you could, but why would you? Terrible driver.
We can push.
Nicholas Latifi was one of the last instances of a pay driver. His father's company was Williams' main sponsor for his entire run at Williams. He was in that last sort of wave of paid drivers, pay-to-drive drivers, like Sergei Sorokin and Nikita Mazepin. He was very much in that window as well. Drivers that just weren't good enough. But brought a lot of money to the table, which is why they were able to stay there for as long as they did. It's boxing at the end of this lap. Come out behind Gutierrez, but we should come out ahead of Valtteri. And then it'll just be a case of nursing the tyres for a little while, just to make sure they'll definitely go the distance.
How's the tyre?
Yeah, Lance got his start as a pay driver. In some respects. I mean, he had some talent, but he was never able to evolve as a driver. Now he's an Epo driver now, basically. He's only there because his dad owns a team. Any other Formula One team would have kicked him to the curb a long time ago now. We're no longer in the era of pay drivers because the teams are now very profitable, all of them. 2.5 second stop. It's not like before the pandemic and during the pandemic when teams had very little money. Now teams have got massive amounts of money available in terms of sponsorships. They're all worth, huge amounts of money. Even Haas, as the smallest team, probably valued over $1 billion now. One of the reasons why the team fought hard to stop Cadillac from joining, because they didn't want to split the prize pool an extra position. Hamilton's made a mistake. locking up at turn 1.
So here we go, heading into turn 1.
That's cost him big time.
And the car just locks. What caused that, I wonder?
Raikkonen and Alonso both getting through, and oh, oh, this won't be a red flag. It's not a crash. He'll just do a reset, but a little bit of drama there as well.
And here we've got a yellow flag. Now we're watching
Straight
the
after
action
Hamilton's
closely
lockup,
here.
Van der Gaard spinning.
And round they go. And that certainly wouldn't have been in their plans today.
And that's not worked out well for Massa because he had to stop as well. And now he's got Rosberg right on his tail and Webber right on Rosberg's tail. In fact, Webber might actually help Massa out here by stopping Rosberg and putting pressure on Massa. Meanwhile, we're about 4.5 to 4.8 seconds behind Gutierrez. We should start closing him down quickly. Now that we're on our fresh tyres, especially when we start to push the battery when the tyres get into the window. Comfortably ahead of Valtteri. But we're looking at a top 10 finish for Schumacher. And not much beyond that.
Okay, we have blue flags.
It'll be 9th or 10th, depending on whether Jensen does something stupid as well. There's a reason Alonso earns a huge amount of money. It's because he is a much, much better driver than a lot of the
Time
grid.
management all good so far?
Even now, some of the things he can do now in the car are still light years ahead of what a lot of the grid can do. He's supremely talented still. Plus, all the starting salaries are a bit out of whack because the second the contract comes up for negotiation, they all want like massive amounts more. It's like you won't get George for less than like 20 million. Maybe it's probably closer to 25 million. Unless you're the best possible team with the most attractive, facilities to help entice him in. If you're at a shit team with shit facilities, then he's going to want an absolute metric fuck ton of money. Like when we tried to sign Hamilton for our Cadillac team and he cost me 42 million a year.
So we are now P9. Next car on track is Hulkenberg. We want maximum pace.
Right, another lap or two yet with Jensen. Schumacher, meanwhile, is starting to hunt down Gutierrez. Lapping a second a lap quicker at the moment, and we're not pushing because we want to stretch these tyres. So they will definitely finish without being right down to the canvas. Paul di Resta is in the pits. Decent stop, didn't look quick though. As we put a lap on Chilton, I think. Yes, it was Chilton. And so they're a lap down again. Let's not forget that they unlapped themselves under the safety car, so they would be at least 2 laps down by now, probably 3. Into the pits for Fernando. Soft tyres. That's a lot more ambitious than we could be. To put on a set of soft tyres to go to the end. I don't think he is going to the end on those. He can't, surely. I know the Ferrari's got much better tyre wear than us, but that is 27 laps. On soft tyres around here, that's a lot. I wonder if he's 2-stopping, doing another stop on top, you know, going for a 3-stop. He's come out right behind Jensen, who's about to box. He's boxing this lap.
Box this lap.
Jensen also going to have a lunge. He thought about it. Jensen going very defensive to cover him off. And there we go, into the pits for Jensen. So we might be seeing another stop out of Alonso, whereas this is our final stop for Jensen. .51.
And you'll be racing cars at pit exit.
His earlier stop was quicker. He's going to get out very close to Schumacher. There's Esteban Gutierrez. He is going to get out in front of Schumacher.
Currently P13, I believe.
0.8. He's 1.3 behind.
I just hear tyres squeal. Maybe not. I thought I heard the squeal of a lockup somewhere in the background.
Lift and coast.
Lance deserves a raise. Lance deserves a P45. Close enough for a run at Gutierrez yet. Still bringing those tyres up to temp.
.1. Still plenty of opportunities.
Use overtake.
We're losing out. Every time we get a sector like the middle sector here, we just lose so much time in the dirty air. So we don't have enough downforce. We don't have brilliant dirty air performance. We have mid-pack dirty air performance.
Tyre temperatures in a good window.
Gutierrez is going to get DRS off the back of someone. Is that Vern in front of it? It might be Vern. And we got a Caterham there as well.
There's still
Ooh,
opportunities
that made
there.
things interesting. No, 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 don't try and do that. That's why I didn't tell him to drive in clean air. I wanted to stay tucked up behind.
Lift off end of straight. Big charge on.
Okay. Still on course for a 9th and 10th, but hopefully an 8th and 9th. Of course, with Grosjean having retired, but that's not a guarantee.
Use overtake. Let's keep pushing up to cars ahead.
Wow, that was a bit weird.
Pick clear air if you can.
We ended up somehow ghosting through one car, past the other one, and not overtaking either of them.
.0 behind. Plenty to play for.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a George Russell, he just turned in on me. Because there was no actual contact. But, yeah, very nearly a George Russell situation there.
Maximum PU cooling.
Through we go.
Deep breath, you're going to be okay.
Key thing is to keep the tyre in good shape. Keep the tyre in good shape.
That's P11. We are fighting Gutierrez for position here. Schumacher is having a look at Vern. Massa's in.
It's just increased LICO.
Medium tyres. Yeah, Alonso's got to stop it again. Rosberg sets the new fastest lap. We've got a yellow flag out there for something. I don't know what. Oh, that's what, maybe. Nope. A spin for Webber.
Now this was at turn 1. That's the moment they lose it. And that won't do anything to help those
Also
tyres.
just about hitting the anchors in time there. De Resta's caught the back of us. Vern now boxes. I don't think we'll get DRS as a result. And we got De Resta all over the back of us here. Yeah, we don't get the DRS. That's fucking fantastic. Thank you so much, John Eric Vern.
Recharge
going
on.
back after Esteban again. And now we should, hopefully, pull away from De Resta and start maybe close back up towards Jensen and co. Look how much time we lost last time. 5.5 seconds to Jensen, 4 seconds to Gutierrez. Absolutely insane how much time we lost on that last lap. So, lap 50 out of 70. 21 laps to go. Vettel leads Raikkonen by 5 seconds. Hamilton in third is now 14 seconds further back. Alonso is in fourth, but we think he might have to stop again. Adrian Sutil is into the pits. That promotes us back up to P10 and P11. Yellow flag out there for somebody. Jules Bianchi running a little wide at turn 8.
Now with the Haas. Oh, and they need to be watching those track limits.
Just drifting over the curb there.
Must be careful.
Potentially damaging his underfloor. Looks like he hasn't done, though. He's got away with that. Vettel's in. This will be his last scheduled stop. Is this going to be for mediums, or is he going to go with some? Raikkonen goes through, but Raikkonen needs to stop again. Hamilton needs to stop again, and Hamilton's in. We know Webber's going to have to stop again because he boxed very, very early for his second stop. He boxed into the safety car and was the first one to make his second stop. Changing up his strategy to get onto a set of hards for the restart. So I'd expect he will come in for a set of softs in the next sort of 5 to 10 laps. Maybe even sooner than that. He's been on those tyres for, what, about 30 laps or so. So we might see him in a little bit earlier than that. But yeah, I would say in the next 5 to 10 laps, we'll see Webber in the pits. Probably something similar for Alonso. Right, we go back to Schumacher. We have re-established a little bit of a gap to Di Resta, but nothing huge. There's Ricciardo, who has made his second stop instead of mediums behind Di Resta. I think Gutierrez might be going to the end. I'm not sure. Let's have a look.
Currently, you are P10.
I wouldn't be surprised if he boxes again.
1.5.
Track temperature currently 46 degrees. Hulkenberg gets overtaken. He needs to stop again. So that will promote us up into 9th and 10th when he does make that stop. But only just, actually, for Schumacher.
He's 1.3 behind.
Okay, we don't want to lose too much time.
There we go. Jensen now has caught the back of Gutierrez. Actually, we're looking at the right control panel here. Di Resta's caught Schumacher back up again. Let's see. Yeah, it's still a little early to turn those tyres back up. We'll use some fuel. And we have got some spare tyre to play with here for Jensen. So let's use that now. Webber's in.
Use overtake.
Fastest lap for Lewis Hamilton, 1:16.5. Medium tyres on for Mark Webber.
Cool the car.
And there we go. This time we get that overtake nice and smooth and clean. And we'll keep pushing to try and break away.
Tyre management, everything's good.
We can go just a little bit longer on the fuel here before we need to ease off. Another lap or two. There we go. We'll put 2 seconds on him. Let's ease that down now. And let's save
More lift and coast.
what's left of the battery.
Body recharge on.
Schumacher now establishing a 2-second gap to Di Resta. Ricciardo has dropped away in the dirty air. And we are now just 2.5 seconds behind Gutierrez, but we're going to need to turn the battery off now. Very slow lap, Gutierrez on that last lap. 1:22. I think his tyres might be starting to maybe go a little bit. Maldonado's in the pits. Set of soft tyres, comes out P16. He's about to get lapped by Seb. Unless he can get the power down quickly enough and stay ahead. Even so, with those tyres, I still don't think he's going to have enough pace to actually stay ahead of Vettel and not get lapped. Raikkonen's tyres are really starting to struggle now. He's been on them for a long time. Pace is 2 seconds a lap slower. Beck will be on him in like 4 laps, less than 4 laps at this pace.
Okay, keep looking after the tyre.
And there we go, Kimi is in. I think he was maybe pushing it a bit, trying to go for the 1 stop. He's probably got a set of softs waiting if he's only going for 15 laps. Yeah, there we go, soft tyres. So it's going to be about a pit stop behind Vettel, but he's going to have very fresh tyres. He'll come out behind Alonso, possibly behind Rosberg as well. Heikki Kovalainen has not got a drive. I think he's retired in this save file. I'll check. Sworn I'd seen him in the database somewhere as a retired driver. Maybe he's all the way at the bottom. Put someone's stats like that. There we go. Let's go like this. He was in here. Oh, there he is, yeah. Heikki Kovalainen. He's a reserve, 31 years old at Lotus. So yeah, he is in the game. In the 2013 database. New fastest lap for Kimi Räikkönen. Just outside of DRS range of Fernando Alonso. But getting closer and closer. Räikkönen is probably going to take second place here. Don't know if he's going to be able to take the lead away. There's Hulkenberg into the pits. We've been hoping that that was going to happen soon. That will promote us up to P8 for Jensen and P10 for Schumacher. See where he feeds out. It's going to be behind a few cars. Probably ahead of Verne, but behind Sutil maybe. Going to be tight with Sutil. Going to get ahead of Sutil. There's Ricciardo. Oh, he just gets out in front of Ricciardo. So that's bad. I was hoping he would get held up behind Ricciardo at least. Because now there's only one car between him and Schumacher. And we need to get Schumacher up past Gutierrez.
Use the overtake button.
Well, Schumacher's been running his tyres at a lower pace setting for most of his race here in this stint. You know, I've only literally, like last lap, turned his tyres up from light to standard because we had to box him earlier than intended because he had that big lock-up. No, spin, sorry, at this corner right before his pit stop, and that ate up some of his tyres. Yeah, Alonso and Räikkönen fighting over second place, and Rosberg's caught them as well now. Ooh, yellow flag. Safety car now would make things very interesting.
Now,
locking
we
up.
can see what happens.
Number 13 locking up at
Let's have a
turn
look at the
13.
action. It's all at the final corner. Struggling with the car. And hopefully there's not too much damage to the tyres.
He's going to get lapped by one of the Ferraris. That will be Alonso. That might give Kimi a chance to take the lead here. It's not quite close enough. Alonso got DRS as well from the back of Maldonado, so yeah, that saved him. Otherwise, he'd have been overtaken then, I'm pretty sure of that. Schumacher is now lining up to make the move. Let's give him everything we've got just to get him through. Hulkenberg has got past Teresta. So we got that done just in time because Hulkenberg on those softs is going to be much quicker than Esteban is. There we go. Alonso has stopped again. I did say he was looking like he was going to have to stop again. It went longer than I was thinking he would. But he'll have another set of softs. He'll be quick.
That's a slow one.
He'll be very quick. He should take the fastest lap.
Recharge on.
So it looks like it is going to be Vettel winning yet again. Räikkönen will probably be able to hold on for second. Hamilton fumbling from pole. He had that huge lockup at turn 1 that dropped him behind Alonso and Raikkonen. And ate up his tyres as well. So, yeah, not that surprising to see him out of position in that respect. Yeah, Hulkenberg, he was 4.5 seconds behind at this point last lap. He's now, well, you know, yeah, as we were getting through, he was 4.5 seconds behind his teammate. He's now there. Look at that, a 1:16.7, a 1:21.0. It's crazy. We've got less than 3 seconds of a margin. We need to keep an eye on this fight now, because this will determine whether or not we can hang on for P9. P8, P9 is going to be our best result for a while. And it's still not going to be good enough for the board. And there we go, Hulkenberg just forcing his way through at the chicane. So much more grip than his teammate with those new softs. And he's going to be on Schumacher very quickly. Very quickly indeed. We need to put Schumacher into full-on defensive. So, I think Schumacher's target was 10th anyway. So, if we do get overtaken, it's not the end of the world. But, yeah, 10th and 11th. And the only reason we're in 8th and 9th is because Grosjean retired. Otherwise, yeah, that would not be possible. We'd be challenging for 9th and 10th at best. Car just is not where it needs to be. I just hope the board will give us more time. I don't know how we're going to survive this season if we do just scrape through the next sort of assessment after this Grand Prix. That will give us until the end of December. But I can't see how we're going to survive that. So we may just be delaying the inevitable for 5 months. Hulkenberg's already on a slope. What we can do now is just defend like our lives depend on it, which in a way they kind of do, and hope that we can cook his tyres in the dirty air. But the track temperature's dropping again. Johnny. We didn't get far enough over to cover him off. Oh, contact! Damn it.
And we've had a crash on track.
Don't think we sustained any damage, but I don't think he did either. Maybe a slight nick to his tyre, but nothing to cause a major issue. And that's killed our confidence as well, which is going to hurt the stats a bit. Not massively, but any pain there is not a good thing. Let's see if we can get back in front of him. Don't give me a penalty, please. Okay, no penalties given. 6 laps to go. And we've lost the DRS. Yeah, it's going to be 10th place, isn't it? All right. 10th it is. Still on target. It's not as good a result as we could have had, but only by 1 point. It's not going to make much difference for the board either way, if any difference. That spin for Schumacher is what's dropped him in this position. Because we changed his strategy and stretched his soft tyres to convert to a 2-stop instead of running the 3-stop. And then he had that spin a couple of laps before we were supposed to box him, which made us have to box earlier than we wanted to and kill the pace in the process. To make sure that we could get him to the pit window. But a yellow flag. That's a Williams, maybe? Oh, no, it's Webber.
So let's take a look at the replay.
Mark Webber with a mistake.
Right, we're taking the second corner.
Trying to put the pressure on Felipe
There's
Massa.
the lock-up. Now, they did leave it very late.
So McLaren will bring Ron Dennis. Well, we're actually Martin Whitmarsh. This is the Whitmarsh era.
Okay, use deploy.
Okay, maximum pace.
Push now.
Still a chance for Hamilton to get back onto the podium. He's just about in range of Rosberg.
That's 4 laps to go.
Let's see just how quick we can go on 1 lap with Jensen.
Suggest reduce a bit, lift and coast.
Towards Hulkenberg. We've got another yellow flag. And that is... I'm not sure. Yeah, it was a Force
Now we
India.
should be able to take a look here. Okay, so heading into turn 1 here.
2 of them fighting each other.
Very heavy on the brakes. By that point, it was just too late.
So he loses out to Di Resta and Ricciardo as a result of that lockup. 5.
3 to go.
Schumacher within 2 seconds of Hulkenberg. And there's Vettel, not far behind us. Ah, no, wrong button, wrong button. That's what I wanted to do. Cycle the views, see if I can see Vettel behind us. Back. That would be lovely if we can get back up to P9.
Pack is low. It's just increased LICO.
We're out of battery. Can we get him
Next lap is
into
the last one. Next lap
turn
is the
2
last
though?
one.
No, we're not close enough to have the look. Alright. One more lap to go. Just saw Seb at the very, very edge of the screen. He's not going to lap us, but he's going to end up pretty close to us. I've got very, very little spare fuel, so I'm saving it for when we're actually in a position to try and get an overtake.
This will be the last lap.
There's Seb crossing the line.
And it's a win for the Red Bull.
And it's thoroughly deserved. A hugely talented driver and undoubtedly a worthy winner.
And that's it. Opportunity's gone. This has stayed on the lead lap. Really in rough shape now. It is going to be P10. Out of the final turn for Jensen. Crosses the line in P8, his best finish for quite some time.
That's the checkered flag. That is P8.
Well done, buddy. That was a decent race.
And across the line now, Schumacher and Hulkenberg, 9th and 10th. It's 5 points for us today.
So use a reminder when you pull up, engine off, wait 5 seconds.
And on our screens at the moment, the McLaren driver.
That marked an 8th place finish, which gives them a handful of points.
Now, Karun, with that result in mind, what would they be feeling like down at McLaren?
They did okay today, I'd say. I mean, we're talking about such a competitive field, and all things considered, the drivers did all right.
And that then marks the end of our time here in Hungary.
Next time, the teams will be adding another year to the legend of Spa-Francorchamps. anything can happen at the Belgian Grand Prix.
Thank you for reminding me about the cost cap there, Snake. Right, so confirmation of the final result. It is Seb getting yet another win. That's what, 8 wins from 11? No, it's round 10, isn't it? So 7 wins from 10, I think. Kimi taking second place. Rosberg in third to get the final spot on the podium. Hamilton fourth. Alonso in fifth. Massa sixth. Seventh for Webber. Jensen in eighth. Ninth for Nico Hulkenberg. What a great race for Nico. Up 9 places, look. And a couple of much-needed points. And first points of the season for Sauber. Then it is Schumacher rounding out the top 10. A bit further down, we have Gutierrez in 11th. So, yeah, very good weekend for Sauber with 9th and 11th. De Resta in 12th, 13th for Ricciardo, 14th for Adrian Sutil, 15th for Jean-Eric Verne, 16th for Valtteri, 17th for Maldonado. Everyone from Gutierrez to Maldonado lapped once. Then we get the back markers. There were 3 laps down, having had a safety car allowing them to unlap themselves earlier in the Grand Prix. Charles Pic ahead of Van der Garde, then Bianchi ahead of Chilton, and 1 retirement which brought out that safety car, Romain Grosjean. So, in the driver's standings, Seb with 7 wins now is on 216 points. Hamilton moves up into second place in the driver's standings. He's on 137, as is Fernando Alonso. But Hamilton's won a race. Alonso has yet to win a race, which is why Hamilton is second and not third. Then it's Rosberg in fourth with 129 points, 8 behind. Webber has 113. Raikkonen up to 88 points now. Then it's Massa in 7th, moving ahead of Schumacher, up to 52 points. Schumacher on 47. Jensen on 44. No points for Grosjean means Jensen moves back up into 9th place as Roman stays on 41. De Resta has 4 points. New scorer is Nico Hulkenberg, up 4 places to 12th with his first points of the year. Look how young he looks. Look at that cheeky little grin. So he's up into 12th place now with 2 points. Then it's Sutil from Ricciardo, Gutierrez, Verne, Valtteri, Pic, Van der Garde, Maldonado, Bianchi, Chilton, and then Bianchi. In the constructors' standings, Red Bull on 329 points, 31 points scored this weekend. Mercedes get 27, they're on 266, so they are 63 points behind. Then it's Ferrari with 189 points. They are starting to lag away a bit, and that's mainly down to Massa not chipping in enough points. Lotus starting to pick up some steam. They're now up to 129 points. 18 scored for them, matching Ferrari this weekend. Just 5 points for us. We're up to 91. Force India in 6th, still on 4 points. Sauber moving up to 7th with their first points of the season. Then it's Toro Rosso, and then no change for the bottom 3. Williams from Caterham, and then Marussia. Into the pit stops. Let's see, did we get on the board? No, we did not. Red Bull had the quickest stop. Ferrari in 2nd. 3rd place for Mercedes. I thought for a second there that OBS had stopped. It's still going. 3rd place for Mercedes. 4th for Force India. 5th for Red Bull again. So 2 in the top 5. Force India taking 6th as well. Williams get a few points in 7th. Ferrari picking up their 2nd car in the top 10 with Fernando. We'll get there in the end. Fernando Alonso in 8th place. Dear, oh dear. Caterham still able to keep chipping away with some points, as you can see. Only 2 points today, but they are continuing their good start to this competition. And then Sauber in 10th with the final point. Let's see the standings. We stay top, but the gap is down to just 7 points now as Ferrari picked up 22. And with Red Bull only 2 points further back, they picked up a whopping 35 points this weekend. Our lead is coming under threat. Caterham on 118 points, still in 4th place. Williams on 106, then it's Force India with 91. 68 points for Toro Rosso. 61 points for Mercedes, 40 for Lotus, no points for them. Sauber on 34 now, and Marussia on 16. There you can see a 2.7, not a good stop at all for Schumacher, and a 2.5, just not quick enough. I thought we might stand a chance with a 2.4 on Jensen's first stop, but apparently not quick enough. 2.5 on the second stop. What did we need? Yeah, we were about 400ths away, weren't we? So not massively away, but enough, unfortunately. Both drivers do, though, hit their sponsor targets. We actually earn $1 million, which is good because we didn't have much in the bank at all. And neither driver getting a win, so no contract bonus to pay out. That's good. Let's head back to HQ. Survey our finances, check the situation with upgrades, and then steel ourselves to see whether or not we're about to get fired. Alright, here we are back at HQ. We have got some stuff to look at in the inbox. Something's broken on one of the cars by the look of it, so we might have another part shortage. We've got a regulation vote result to take a look at. That's going to be one of the things in the inbox. And then you can see 1 week away is our board assessment, and I am not looking forward to that at all. Let's dive into the inbox. Alright, it's no email from the board saying that we've lost all confidence. I think we're going to survive. I think. We'll see. We shall see. Let's see then our staff survey results. There's no negatives. But, well, Mick is not happy. Mick's 14 years old. What's he doing bitching about the car? He's not even old enough to get in it. Let's fix the front wing. I don't have a spare suspension. Do I have a spare one on the way? No. We're going to need to make another suspension. Probably going to need to make two. I'm just wondering if I got 1.4 mil. Let's just make just the one for now. What needs fixing here? Oh, that needs suspension. Oh, is that? That's the only one that needed fixing. Okay. So car is fixed. Or will be fixed. Post-race data. There we can see we destroyed a chassis, a suspension, and a rear wing in that crash with Schumacher. And then we replaced that worn-out front wing, and we are waiting on a new suspension to replace that. Engines came through fine. Predicted finish 9th, we actually got 10th. That's not good. 10th, and we got 8th. That is good, but the board's not going to see it that way. Let's take a look at the results of the regulation votes. This was to trim down the number of engines, etc. It said 6 across each. We did not have 6 available on each. Yeah, we're basically voting to go to what we actually have, which is 4, 2, and 3. Yeah, that's fine. Right. Here we go. Disappointed again, but it's still just low confidence. Somehow we've managed to hang on. Ugh. Right. So, this is the new Mark III suspension, which is absolutely appallingly bad. It's going to be a huge loss of performance if we put that on the car. So let's have a look at it. So this is the suspension we've got fitted. That's what's going to happen if we actually build it. You can see we're going to lose a huge chunk of speed, so a little bit of acceleration, a lot of low speed performance, a little bit of medium speed performance. We'll make a slight gain in the high speed, and then we'll lose a little bit of tyre wear. We had to do that, make it that way, to try and reset for when we make the next one with extra hours and stuff. So let's see. I would like to be able to go intense, but I just don't think we're going to be able to afford to do that. Let's see what we can actually do. With a full allocation of hours, we need to accept that we are going to lose more drag. We're going to lose more low speed performance as well. Yeah, we need. I mean, look at our expertise on this. It's tiny, and we've got negative expertise on these values at the moment. Look how much low speed performance we're losing. 0.9 kilonewtons. That is a huge amount to lose. Translates to nearly 0.03 G. We can undo some of that by taking the lifespan down and lessening the impact of some of those changes there, but it's still rough, as you can see. I don't think we can actually get much in the way of improved performance. This in-game built suspension is so bad that I don't even think we can repair this. Yeah. I don't think it's actually salvageable. I think we're stuck with what we've got suspension-wise for the rest of the season. So what we can do is look at something else. Let's get some suspension research done instead. Let's try and improve our suspension gains on tyre wear ready for next season. We're going to have to bite the bullet and just, settle for what we've got. Right, we need to look at the finances. So, let's have a look. So, projected balance at the end of the season. This is based on how we've been spending our money so far. So, you can see that we're projected to have a total income of that and spend based on what we've been spending so far. See, that's what we'll end up with. Our cost cap currently is really healthy. We've spent 96 million so far in total. That's how much we've got remaining in the cost cap, because it is a very big cost cap. And based on how we're going at the moment, we're projected to spend another 108,000, but we're not going to. So another 108 million. We're not going to be spending that much. So these are projections based on how we've been spending our money so far. Haven't made any emergency purchases. We're not expected to upgrade our facilities anymore this season. Some of that cost will be down to purchases that we've made. If we take a look at our spending breakdown, Here you can see some of the upcoming payments that we've got. Or that we've had so far. This is where our car development costs have been split. We spent 24 million building parts, which is a lot. 45 million. Some of this, I'm not sure where it will be, but some of the cost will be attributed to the initial payment to build the car at the very beginning of the year as well. I'm not sure which one of these it slots into, whether it's design or manufacturing. Might be manufacturing, I'm not sure. But again, you can see the staff costs. We have got a potentially big upcoming staff payment, because I am desperate to try and sign Adrian Newey. I've got no one to compare him to. So, let's go to scouting, technical chiefs, Adrian Newey. There we go. Now we can offer him a contract. He's out of contract at the end of next season. But we want to try and get him in at the end of this season, because I don't want to do it immediately. I just can't justify that cost. We want him on a 5-year deal if we can. Maybe a 4-year deal. I want to try and trim that salary down, because that is very, very expensive. God, he's going to want a monster signing bonus as well. Look. See, you reach your point with a signing bonus, you'll see it suddenly start to speed up. There we go. You reach a certain point with a signing bonus where it stops becoming effective. It's usually somewhere around the 500,000 to 700,000 mark. There you go. It's stopped being very effective. So 750,000 is the most we'll go with on that. I'm going to lowball him a little bit to start with. I'm going to offer him 3.2 mil, which is still less than we're paying right now. It's going to cost me 6 mil to sign him, and we won't get him till the end of the season. What if I try and get him this year? That adds another 2.5 mil onto the cost. Let's send him an offer. See if we can bring Newey back to McLaren. Clear those off. Board performance review is incoming. Alan Permain gets a little boost to his stats. Nice. Phil Prue goes up by a point as well. Get that spare suspension. Let's fit that now. There we go. Right. Yeah, we are definitely not where we need to be. Board still has low confidence. No bonus, because it's low confidence. If we were at medium confidence, we get 750k. High confidence, you get 1.5 mil, and of course, if it's lost confidence, you get the sack. So at least we've avoided that. There we go. We have survived the first half of the year, but based on how the first half of the year's gone, and the fact that it's likely only going to get worse, I don't know if we can survive the end of the season. Like I said, I think we may have potentially just delayed the inevitable here. We'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll see what we can do. I can see that little spider is back, and he's a tiny little spider. But I can see him back, basking in the glow from my light bar behind the TV. We've got 4 days to go to Spa. We may as well accelerate time to that point. Let's take a look at the weather. Going to be warm, no rain. Let's have a look at the actual forecast. 26 degrees with some cloud cover, but some sunshine as well. So that will be Monday's Grand Prix. We'll be back on Monday as normal, 8 p.m. for round 11 as we kick into the second half of the championship. This is what's coming up. So Spa, Monza, Singapore. That is a stand-in for Korea, I believe, if I remember rightly. Then Suzuka, Mexico. I'm trying to remember what that's a stand-in for. And then Abu Dhabi, Austin, and Sao Paulo. They are accurate. They are correct. But we weren't at Mexico in 2013. I'm trying to remember what that was a stand-in for. I don't remember. I need to check the 2013 calendar. Oh, it's a stand-in for India. Is that right? Was it India? Yeah, so we went Spa, Italy, Singapore, Korea, Japan, India, then Abu Dhabi, US, and Brazil. So we've got 2 more stand-in races remaining in the season. So we'll just have to see how that goes. Snake, I'm really not sure. Just you can post a screenshot on my community tab. I'll take a look at it and then I'll post a comment reply for you. But yeah, without actually seeing your screen, I'm not really sure exactly what it is you're trying to describe. So sorry, I can't be clearer on that. Did I get fired, Adrian? No, I did not. But we're delaying it by the look of it. I don't think we'll survive the full year. I think we'll get sacked at the end of the season. In which case, we'll probably end up moving on to a different team for the next season. And then we'll see whether or not Schumacher can still... I mean, that would be the biggest kick in the teeth. If we get in... Adrian Newey on that big 4 or 5 year deal next season, and we're not here for it. I might have to, mod us back into McLaren if we do get fired. I don't know yet. We'll see what happens. It's been a brutally hard season so far. It's going to be just as hard, if not harder, for the rest of the year. So, right. Yeah, that's it, as I say, for tonight. Hope you've enjoyed today. If you have, give us a thumbs up. If you are not yet subscribed, why not consider hitting that subscribe button as well, and click on the bell for notifications on live streams and videos. I am going to be putting up some Battlestar Galactica Scattered Hopes over the weekend. We'll do a live stream of a long playthrough. It's a roguelike. It's a lot of fun. I've already probably put close to 30 hours on it, and yeah, we'll start a new save file, and we'll play that on a live stream over the weekend. I'm going to start a video series in a bit more of that as well. So yeah, keep your eyes open for that. Hopefully you'll enjoy it. And I will see you all with some more F1 Manager very soon.